County TDT Citizen Advisory Task Force to order, and I want to take this opportunity to thank every member of the task force for the hard work you've already given and what's still ahead for all of us. As we engage in this important work, we have a full agenda today of fascinating projects we're honored to be able to contemplate. But to get us started first, I'd like to turn it over to my co-chair, our Madam Mayor, Linda Chapin.
Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of the States. God. Mr. Morton.
Thank you. And now for our roll call for our minutes. Please reply, responding that you're here when you hear your name. Sergio Alvarez.
Present.
Rishi Baga.
Here.
Andre Berry. Here. Jacqueline Bazzuto.
Present.
Kimberly Boucher.
Here.
Chip Byers. Tom Callan.
Here.
Pete Clark. Eric Clinton.
Here.
Tina Demostine.
Here.
Joe Dunn.
Here.
Sarah Baudry. Doug Gomer.
Here.
Vance Guthrie.
Here.
Adrian Jackson.
Here.
Thomas Lynn.
Present.
Christopher Mayer.
Here.
Ed McKinney. David Mink. Christine Moore.
Here.
Chris Mueller. Thank you. Arnaldo Oliveras.
Present.
Tico Perez.
Here.
Michael Poole. Fred Robinson. Michael Santos.
Present.
Paul Shelton.
Present.
Robert Smith. Here. Stephen Stanford.
Here.
Stephen Smith. Jill Vaughn.
Here.
Ella Wood.
Here.
I recognize Sarah Baudry is in the room. Are you here?
Present.
Is there anyone else I did not call? Wonderful. Thank you very much. For our first presentation this morning, we will hear from Chadwick Hardy, Chief Operating Officer with Allcrest Capital. Mr. Hardy will have 15 minutes for his presentation, and then we'll open up the floor for questions. Thank you, Mr. Hardy. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name's Chadwick Hardy. I believe the future of tourism isn't just about creating a park where people go to ride rides. It's about creating experiences that inspire people to protect what makes a place special. Florida's freshwater springs, rivers, wetlands, and aquifers are among our greatest natural resources, and water is the foundation of every community, every ecosystem, and every economy. By investing in ecotourism and environmental education, we're not only strengthening our tourism industry, but we're helping to ensure the future generations inherit a Florida that's as vibrant and beautiful as the one we enjoy today. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Danny Cruz and our partners here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chadwick. My name is Danny Cruz. I'm Managing Director of Headway and also Managing Director of Allcrest. Headway has been in the infrastructure and finance industry for over 40 years. We've done projects around the Philippines, other parts of Asia, Africa, and Europe. Most of our projects there were infrastructure builds, IT and technology builds, almost all of them with the government structures of those countries, and almost all of them with U.S. government and U.S. private sector investment, usually following the PPP model, which here in Orlando we call P3, and build and operate transfer models. So on the basis of that, we had about a week's notice and 2 days before those letters of interest were due when we heard of it. So forgive us if we're a little raw, because we put everything together in about 2 days. But I'm also going to introduce my team. I'll ask you to stand up. So we have Matt Kristalik from Hensel Phelps. We have Jonathan Zenebri from Allcrest Capital. And you've met Chadwick from both Headway and Allcrest. I'll get more into what the different partners are doing. So this is our project. It's the Discovery Center based on Florida's major difference in the world, which is swamps, springs, and wetlands. I'm sure you guys have seen and will continue to see these same statistics over and over about Orlando being a major center for tourism, the Orange County Convention Center, and how many hotel room nights we're booking because of all our tourist attractions here in Orlando. What we're focusing on is the story that Central Florida can tell about the wetlands and the different attractions there. It is not an outdoor thing, it is indoor. So it can be open 7 days a week, 365 days a year from opening to closing. It'll be indoor, air-conditioned, temperature-controlled, which is a vast difference from having to go to each one of the 1,000 springs we have here and going out in 90-degree weather or in raining weather. You can experience all this, and we like to think of it as the starting point or maybe a initiation point for all the tourists so they can first experience it when they're here and not have to go out in the sweltering heat or the rain or get bitten by bugs or chased by alligators, and at least start to learn a lot of things about the Florida wetlands. Here's the 3 major core pieces of our presentation. It'll be an aquarium museum where you'll have live displays and fixed displays, plants, animals, and creatures of our wetlands here in Central Florida. The immersive environment is something unique. It's something that we see in other countries, like in Japan. They have entire 100,000 square foot buildings with immersive technology. Immersion is where you go into a building. For instance, in this picture, you can see the child tapping his foot. So that's not real water. That's projected onto the floor. And when they tap, it makes the ripples. We can have it such that you have a personal avatar that the kid can pick himself, and the avatar will follow him around in the museum. We can have radio ID tags or headphones which are specifically tuned to your age group and your preference. If you want to get deep details about the swamp, that's what you'll get, and it'll guide you from display to display. If you're still a child, it'll give you the rated G version of everything in fun and exciting language, and on and on. The next part of the core is our auditorium. We want to have a 550 to 600 seat auditorium, which can be used not just for daily presentations of documentaries and films about the swamps and wetlands, but also it's flexible, so at night, when the museum is closed, we will provide it to the nearby convention centers, to the hotels, and to other private events to have shows and special events in. It should also be able to open up for dinners and things like that, as well as weddings. So here's the core offering. They can go in and see the wetlands and experience it. They can learn all about one of the world's foremost aquifers without having to dive deep into the earth. We'll show it, and they can learn about it. It will act as a learning center, not just for children, but for adults. We'll create a special institute or learning center for the kids, so there's a lot of repeat experience for the children to come in and build their own swamp creature, for instance, on a computer or a laptop, and then have that for the next time they come in. They'll have their creature there, and then we can even do things where their special fish or their special frog can swim around and be part of the new environment we create in the immersive environments. So we make it very participatory. It's a repeat experience, so the families that we want to come visit there will want to keep coming back. They want to see how their swamp creatures are thriving, and then we'll have rotating displays so that it doesn't get old for all the repeat members. The auditorium we view as special. The auditorium will actually be flat. Again, we are in a rush, so we're not able to show a flat space but it will seat 600 people. We think it can be used by convention sessions, science films, lectures, events. I was on the board of Opera Orlando for a couple years, and imagine showing, they managed to premiere The Secret River in 2021. The Secret River was at the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center, and it featured music written by Orlando and Central Florida people. It featured puppets from the Orlando community. It featured youth singers from Orlando, and it premiered here. They did it again last year at the Mead Botanical Garden, but imagine if they had it here. They could have the puppets, but we could create an entire backdrop that looks like they're in the middle of the Florida swamp. The play, Secret River, is set in Central Florida in the swamp. So we can have events like that and also sponsor the other arts, like have a ballet. If the ballet wants fancy backdrops, easy, we set it up and they have $1 million looking backdrops for the ballet and as well as for the orchestra. We have identified a couple sites. One is right north. I know this has been talked about by other groups, but this is the site right north of Aquatica. It's about 28 acres, would be ideal for us. But we only need about half of that space to actually fit our museum and parking, and the other half you can still keep for low-cost housing, subsidized housing. The other site we found right across from Lake Bryan. If you look at that picture, Lake Bryan is in the middle. The premium outlets are about where the word International Drive is. That's the premium outlets. And then right down south of that is the Carib Resort and the Marriott Resort at the bottom of the picture. That land right now is used as an RIB, a rapid infiltration basin. About 60 acres are on that southern tip of it, which would be great if we took a little piece of that for the museum. But we're also flexible. We'll take any land that the county wants to try to develop this on. The main points of our team are we can provide capital and construction expertise and a nonprofit to help operate and manage it, as well as the immersive studio experts. We have a 3-year program, starting with initial design and construction, hopefully quickly get entitlements and permits and start construction sometime in 27, with peak construction taking place in 28 and opening by 29. Our total ask is $48 million from TDT. We will provide a funding structure we have done many times in the last several decades. We'll provide $90 million in private sector funding to match the $48 million from the county. It's not all going to take place. We want to have it committed at the beginning, but we'll phase it out on a $4 million start phase, then $10 million a second year, with the construction on the third year of $34 million. Using very conservative revenue figures, we will be able to bring in about $46 million in revenue a year, of which some part of it will go to service the $90 million in debt that we bring in, but there'll be at least $8 million left at the end of each year, which we propose will be divided between the nonprofit and the county. And I'll turn it over for the rest to my colleague, Jonathan.
Thank you, Danny. So we're bringing to the county an opportunity that we normally do in the private sector. We're bringing together a capital structure that is very common in the private sector, but instead of using traditional equity, we're using TDT funds to generate a $150 million asset for the county. We understand that this is something that it's going to be self-sustaining. So let's understand what it's going to do to the county. So the concept here is we already have the visitors coming to Orlando. So how can we make more out of those visitors? So as long as we're bringing them an opportunity to stay one more night, or giving them an asset, a attraction that they will look at and be very excited to do one more night only, that would generate enough profit to do a lot of things in the county that would generate hotel nights and a bunch of different things, restaurants, expenses, and everything. So what else are we bringing to the community? Well, we're bringing jobs, 400 jobs in construction, 150 jobs that we're going to use in the Discovery Center. And the construction part, 20% of it, according to Hensel Phelps, he can talk more about that, but 20% of it we can use small businesses here in the county that will help build the Discovery Center. We'll bring the opportunity for schools to do workshops, and we'll do immersive labs, which will have different rooms that the walls will be LED walls, and they can interact with the walls. They can do VR goggles, and they can interact with a bunch of different things, and they can log in and have all that register into their system. So whenever they come back, they can keep using the same things that they are building and creating. The structure we came up with, like Danny mentioned before, it's $48 million from the TDT, and we'll raise $102 million. $12 million will come from different grants and donations from other groups that will be structured through our nonprofit. We'll build, and then we'll operate and serve. Who will do those things? The county will still own the land. There will be a lease with the county to the nonprofit, Akahand. And Akahand will operate the building and will pay the lease for 25 to 30 years while repaying the debt. After 25 to 30 years, the county will inherit the building to the county. So after 25 to 30 years of getting lease, the county will also inherit a building that is far more valuable than $150 million. So that's the return on the investment of the county on this. So we're asking that the task force look closely to this, because this is an opportunity for Orange County to not only have that asset into their hands, but also understand that with $48 million that can generate a lot more cash for the county to do a bunch of different things. The profits that will come from this will be donated to the community through Akahan, and also will go back to Orange County to do many other programs that they have. I'm not from here. I was born in Utah and I grew up in Brazil. But when I moved to Orlando, the first thing that in my mind was all about Disney and Universal. And as I started living here for the past 4 years, I figured out there's much more about Florida that people don't really understand and know. Even cowboy history, it started in Florida, and a lot of people don't know. And there's so many different things. Thousand Springs, we have alligators and crocodiles living together. Is the only place in the world that happens, and people have no idea about that. And I know people need to have an opportunity to have that experience. It needs to be comfortable and a very nice opportunity, and I believe this is it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll now open up the floor for questions from the committee. I see Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Great presentation. A couple of questions. I didn't see on the presentation the projected attendance. What is that?
Projected attendance? Oh, we do have it in the presentation. We're projecting around 750,000 visitors around the year.
750. Okay, thank you. And then question for staff. Does their structure, the way they're doing the land and the building and all that, would that comply with Florida statute?
Not as it's currently existing. What they're saying is they want land from the county, and the county hasn't agreed to give any of this land. The first site that they've looked at, I think I had mentioned in the paperwork, this is something the county is currently looking at doing some other projects with ourselves. We've been approached about that land by the Dreamers as well, and we had declined to turn that land over to them. The other site that I've identified is a RIB site, a rapid infiltration basin, and I would need to look at the property and see who actually owns it. The county has a lot of RIB sites, and some of them were acquired through the federal government. Some of them are co-owned with the city of Orlando, so there may be some complications with that site as well. But either way, as it currently exists right now, no, they don't have property.
Okay. Fair that they don't have the control on that, but the proposed structure, if they were able to find a piece of land and there was an agreement from the county, does that structure comply with statute?
Do you mean the P3 structure they're proposing?
Yeah, with the ownership of the land and the building and how they structure that in theory, does that comply?
Maybe. That's something we need to take another look at. The P3 proposal is not something that the county has done historically a lot. There are some statutory requirements for P3 proposals, so I'm not sure that this approach would actually meet those, but to be fair, I am not an honest in the P3 because we haven't done a lot of those. But it sounds like what they're asking is ultimately for the county to own and operate this at the end. And, you know, as they've said, they anticipate this to be an asset. However, that assumes that that asset is maintained appropriately and all the debt is paid off and it is a successful venture. Right. So it sounds to me a little bit like the county is being asked to hold the bag at the end of this and give property and TDT money for this. But I'm not trying to disparage anything. I'm trying to answer the question.
No, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we're operating in the bounds. Thank you.
Can we add something?
Thank you, Chris.
Can we add something to that question real quick?
Yes.
And if for some reason the county did not want to partner on that level, we could go out and purchase the land. We've got the partnerships to go out and finance the land as well. So, you know, again, we felt like it would be a great partnership for Orange County, but if Orange County or the city of Orlando, either way, but if Orange County didn't want to do that, we could go out and purchase the land as well. And that would not change our ask, but it would just simply be us going out and purchasing the land on our own.
Thank you. Tina, I see your question.
Hey there. Well, Whitney answered my question if one of the county lands had been approved, and if the county's not given the nod now. I don't know about y'all, but I work in development, and it took me 4 months just to get real estate development to sign off on a developer's agreement for an HOA. So if you're not already in conversations with this, I think it's kind of premature because your schedule is so far off. Like, I mean, by the time you go through entitlements and zoning and comp plan and RAC and once you even get through real estate development. So I kind of feel like it's a really, really, really cool idea, but it's kind of premature. How do you respond to that? I mean, just kind of.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with the timing. The hope was that with Orange County's partnership, with the understanding that the carry cost, right, how you reduce that carry cost is you get through a lot of the red tape early. And by using some of the county's land and working in a partnership to reduce those durations, then that brings more cost back to either the county or enhancing the project for the county. So that was the hope of the P3 structure.
Sadly, I think then, Whitney can correct me if I'm wrong, but the county doesn't give themselves preferential treatment through the development entitlement process. Like when they did the Orange County Convention Center, they had to go through the whole PD, like it's all of it. And if you're starting with a rib site even, it's institutional land. So you're going to have to go through a lot of heavy lifting. It doesn't even have any trips on it.
Understood. And Epic happened fairly quickly as well.
Okay.
So we understand.
Okay.
You mentioned a nonprofit involved in the operation.
Correct.
The statute requires that the project is publicly or owned or operated or by a nonprofit. Is that a nonprofit exist today? Explain
Yes,
exactly
it's called Akahand. I don't know if you're too familiar with that name, but they own Light Orlando, which I think you're more familiar with. So Akahand is the owner of Light Orlando, which they do a lot of different nonprofit projects here in Orlando. They are even partners with Orange County already.
The reason why we selected that is that we are familiar with that structure, and we know the management there. More importantly is they also have a large financial endowment. They were endowed back several years ago with $77 million in cash, which puts them, I think, in the same leagues or above even Dr. Phillips Charities, where they actually have spending cash as opposed to cash locked up in assets. And that's 77. They've managed to keep it at that same level over the last 5 years or so.
You mentioned they'll be operating, but will they be owning?
ACAHAND.org.
Will they own this project is my question.
Yes, they will own it for the 25 to 30 years during the lease period with the county, if the county provides land. If not, then they will own everything, and after 25 to 30 years, we would give it back to the county. The county would own it, but the county can choose who operate it. So if the county wants the nonprofit to keep operating it, it's okay, but that would be an asset for the county.
Thank you. I don't know if that made that much sense to me. But, I do see Tom Callan's question.
have a marketing plan?
Tom, is your mic on? Oh. No, so just so everybody knows, we've figured out the technology this time. When the first person who presses the button to speak, your mic is live. Everybody else will be in queue. So if your light is green, you're in queue. Kim, I believe your mic is on for you to ask your question first, and then hopefully Tom will come up next.
All right, you can hear me. Thank you for that presentation, and I'm really excited to see some fresh ideas and some creativity and use of technology in this area with environmental education and being kind of like an overarching subject here. But I'm getting kind of concerned about what our statute and what our code actually says in Orange County. And I think that the charge of this task force is to determine how to spend excess money. And excess money has little different strings attached to it, as I understand. So to me, this looks like a presentation for a big project for the full TDT groups to consider, and there's more than one. There's more than just us. So I would say don't get discouraged and maybe bring this back a little bit more formed for a bigger project, because on the excess we're just so limited. Like I'm reading in the Orange County Code section 25-147 that funds made available pursuant to this section shall be currently available cash excess towards development tax revenues and shall not be pledged as security for any debt financing. And I'm reading that as if we're going to leverage the TDT part of the contribution to a project into other financing, I'm not even sure that it meets the code. So that's not a question for you guys. You're just going to get caught up in the middle of that eventually if somebody brings it up. So I'm bringing it up. Can someone in our learned colleagues maybe address that from the legal standpoint?
I would avoid trying to interpret the code yourself at this point and stick with what the statutory requirements are, because the TDT code is fairly convoluted and has been in place since 1978 and has been amended multiple times. I don't have the section in front of me. Unfortunately, I forgot my laptop today. I brought the power cord, but no laptop, so thank you, middle-aged brain. Otherwise, it's fine. I'm not going to interpret code right now. So what I'm telling you is you need to modify your comments to understand that this is related to what the statutory requirements are, rather than trying to interpret county code.
I just want to clarify also that we would not have the county taking on any of that debt. So that debt will be reverting to a special purpose vehicle, a NUCO, that would be set up under the statutes with whatever the county needs to see on its parts as assurances, but we would not be incurring any debt at all. Yes, it will be helpful to get the 48 because that looks like equity to our New York partners who we work with in other financing projects. So I hope that helps answer.
Thanks. Well, with all due respect on the code, the application process includes reference to the code, and I think that the applicants have had to look at the code. So I think we should also have to look at the code.
So I just want to clarify one thing about what you just said in terms of the debt and looking at TDT money as security and capital for your other investors. Every funding agreement that we're going to do is going to say you may not use TDT funding to securitize anything else. So I just want to be clear on that point.
Yes, so none of that, it's just, how can I say? It's not securing them, but they see that we have the other part for them. It doesn't matter. We're not using, the county is not securing anything, it's not issuing bonds, it's not issuing guarantees, nothing. So nothing related to that.
Chris Mueller, see your hand. Tom, I'm sorry, you're next, and then
Thanks.
Chris.
Thank you. So I worked with Kim 20 years ago. She's a surveyor, and she was always the smartest person in the room when I worked with her. And she has talents that are beyond survey. And so I just want to and I'm seeing it again today. The question I had with regard to the presentation you all made is I saw some projections on revenue of $46 million a year. Do you have, and I'm really skeptical about revenue figures because they usually are wrong about by multiples of 4 or so. So have you looked at, do you have a marketing plan or a visitor generation plan that you have? I'm just seeing a number of 46 million.
Well, I mean, we had 15 minutes of presentation, but we do have a full business plan that we will explain the marketing and everything. We have a full financial model that explains how we get to those numbers. We have benchmarks that we use with different aquariums and everything to show that revenue is actually possible. So there's many different things that we came together, the background of that presentation. But as long as we move forward with this, we have all that documentation that we can show.
And follow up, have you thought about partnering with like the Orlando Science Center as an offshoot type deal here or something like that? So you're not reinventing the wheel.
Yes.
And you're able to rely upon the structure that exists for them for 30 years.
Yes. So our Discovery Center will partner with a bunch of different structure that already exists to do different workshops, different scenarios that they need, that they can use the immersion. We can use their facility to do. So it's going to be a new museum and aquarium that will be integrated in things that already exist, and we will help each other to grow and bring more visitors to Orlando. So for instance, for schools, we'll partner with different schools. For you to have an idea, Publix, it's a supermarket chain that they like to donate to those kind of scenarios to help schools to have different labs and everything. So there are one, for instance, that are interested in the immersive part of this to donate for that area. So, and we can use with different partnerships.
But a museum is like a commercial building, and so typically location determines success. And if you don't have a location right now determined, I kind of question about the expenditure of public dollars. I think it's a great concept what you're talking about. Other communities in North America do this. We don't have it. But I think you need to, it may be a little premature coming to this committee, but I think you're there in the next few years, more development as concept.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, Chris.
And just to follow up, my question is do you have any experience or expertise in running this type of facility?
Yeah, we have a lot of experience running infrastructure, and we also have a lot of experience building. For instance, Central Phelps did build Terminal C airside as well as South Airport. They've worked with aquariums, and they're building the International Hall of Fame in Fort Lauderdale. It's an immersive aquarium. As far as operations, we are engaging with Tennessee Aquarium, the Zoo Oceanarium, which is one of the experts on aquarium operations, and I myself am close to the Monterey Institute and the Monterey Aquarium, so we'll be bringing them to help guide us on the operations of that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, thank you for giving us this opportunity to present.
Just one more question, if you don't
one
mind.
more question.
Yeah, I'm just curious, if you end up going the route of purchasing the land yourself, do you still intend on giving the project over to the county in 25 years?
Well, I'll give it no. I'll cut the flowery language in the sense of time. But again, if we're all in on it, it'll belong to the nonprofit. It'll belong to, and again, 25 years is a long time. So things could change. Again, ecotourism, the environment is super important. It's very personal, especially to me. Water's been a hot topic for most of my life because I'll get off my ladder before I even start on that. But, water and ecotourism is super important. It's very important to the people I'm standing here with. So, again, if the county wants to partner, we'll partner. And if they don't, again, we've got the financial backing to go out and purchase the land, and we'll do it. But we would like the partnership with Orange County if it's all said and done. We would love the partnership to move forward. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. It is a very cool idea. Thank you for bringing it to the committee. Maybe a bit early, but thank you for bringing it forward. We'll move on to the next part of the agenda and our next presenter. I'll hand it over to my co-chair.
Our next presentation is from NY Nathiri. Executive Director of the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community, known as PEC, on their submitted project request. While Ms. Nathiri comes up, I would like to suggest to you all, because our time for questions is limited, as you think about what you're going to ask of Ms. Nathiri, remember to frame it as a question, not as a statement, because we will have time later for your comments and statements. Ms. Nathiri?
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the task force, and persons in the audience. I want to acknowledge Eatonville Councilwoman Jordan. We are bringing forward to you a very exciting concept, that is the historic town of Eatonville as a living museum. That is that the community, because of its heritage, its culture, its history, actually comports with what is called cultural heritage tourism. Cultural heritage tourism is travel to experience the places, the people, the activities, and things which authentically represent the past and present, including culture, history, and natural resources. There's no place in Orange County that really represents historic cultural heritage tourism like the town of Eatonville. And so that means by definition that we are expanding tourism in Orange County. Why is that important? That is because cultural and heritage tourism is a major force in the tourism industry, according to the U.S. Tourism World Trade, Travel and Tourism Council. It accounts for about 40% of what is currently happening in the United States today. I'm very excited to bring to you a project that really has come to fruition over time. And I need to take just a few seconds to acknowledge co-chair Linda Chapin, who in the early 1990s was the first elected official of Orange County to award a $25,000 allocation for the Zora Neale Hurston Festival of the Arts and Humanities. Now, 38 years later, we are America's longest running Arts and Humanities Festival, celebrating the cultural contributions of people of African ancestry throughout the diaspora. And so we're hoping that that precedent you will be able to embrace as you are looking at your work as a task force. Not only will we be expanding tourism, we have a top-notch team that's ready for project soundness, and we have an ROI that really is good for the town of Eatonville, the community of Eatonville, but is also a win-win for Orange County, because the investment of public dollars on behalf of cultural heritage tourism is a investment that will continue to give on and on. So let's get started with the first person as a member of our team.
Thank you, Dr. Nathiri. Good morning. My name is Brian Genza, and I'm Professor of Humanities in the Texas Tech Honors College. I'm also the former director of the Southern Historical Collection. Today, I'm very excited to say Orange County can add something genuinely new to its tourism portfolio: regenerative cultural tourism rooted in one of America's most important historic Black towns. The term may be new, but the idea is simple. Regenerative tourism asks, does a visit leave both the visitor and the place stronger? Instead of simply seeing, spending, and leaving, our visitors will connect, contribute, and return. Next slide. Yep. This roller coaster graphic makes a point. Visitor economy sometimes takes hard shocks. No heritage project can conceal a recession, but it can diversify why people come, when they come, and what brings them back. Eatonville keeps bringing me back. For the past decade, I've loved working with the Preserve Eatonville community. Our community archives work has been supported with grants from the Mellon Foundation, the nation's largest funder of the arts, culture, and humanities. With love and intention, we've built a world-class community archive to anchor our living museum. In our framework, residents are partners who help decide what is interpreted and shared. That way, visitors encounter Eatonville on its own terms. They participate in its institutions and find reasons to stay longer and to return. Research supports this connection between authenticity and tourism growth. A study of the very successful Gullah Geechee corridor, for example, found strong correlations between cultural heritage travel, paid lodging, and repeat visitation. Yet the museum is only one part of the whole that we propose. Beyond the museum walls, we have churches, homes, music, foodways, art, and living voices, and they become one seamless cultural landscape. Visitors will not simply enter a museum and leave. They will enter Eatonville itself, a community offering its own living history. Orange County knows how to attract visitors. Eatonville gives them reasons to stay, return, and care. That is a tourism innovation.
My name is Lonnie Graham. I'm a distinguished professor emeritus from the Pennsylvania State University. I formerly ran the Fabric Workshop and Museum in Philadelphia. I know a little bit about running museums, but this illustration that I put together is based on a West African community or residential compound. The reason that I designed it in this fashion is because of Eatonville itself. Eatonville itself is a community. So whenever you take the community and heritage, this makes culture. So the idea is to advance these ideas into a legacy, have a permanent home for all of the ideas that have been presented thus far, so that what happens, as Dr. Ginzer just said, is that Eatonville is a unique community in that it's a very old African-American community. It has always supported the arts and culture. Blending and combining these things creates a unique experience for visitors. Whenever people come to Eatonville, they don't necessarily just come to see a thing. They come to become involved. Many of the artists that have been involved in the community over the decades that Eatonville has existed, or the Zora Neale Hurston Festival has existed, has basically advanced these ideas of cultural heritage and legacy and made a destination for people to come and become engaged. I think you understand the concept. So I'll leave it there and we'll move on to the next guest, the next speaker. I want to thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Muhammad Nathiri. I'm managing partner at Light Point Group. We're a real estate development firm focusing primarily on mixed use and urban infill placemaking projects. I want to build on what you've heard so far. So a well-designed museum can single-handedly rebrand a city, drive tourism, and spark a ripple effect of investment. Nationally, across various economic submarkets, museums yield an average return on investment of over 5 times for local municipalities. In other words, for every dollar of government funding received, museums generate in excess of $5 in tax revenue. This ROI is driven by visitor spending in the local hospitality sector, job creation, and increased property values surrounding the museum. Specifically speaking, here are the drivers that we anticipate will allow our museum over time to return roughly $265 million on the $53 million we're requesting. Tax revenue. Again, museums generate annual tax revenue with about 1/3 of that going directly to state and local governments. Visitor spending. The typical museum drives indirect economic impacts with visitors spending money at local hotels, restaurants, and retail shops. Real estate and placemaking. Museums often act as anchor institutions, improving nearby property values and revitalizing downtown areas. 3 ways we see this occur. Creative industries, these are when design firms, tech startups, galleries, etc. cluster around museums. The hospitality sector, hotels and restaurants open to serve the influx of museum goers. And then infrastructure investment. Museums often drive upgrades of public transportation and roads, benefiting all residents. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about job creation. So direct employment at museums support an equivalent number of jobs in the surrounding economy, with each newly created job yielding about $16,500 in additional local and state tax revenue. So when you talk about our museum, we're looking at having over 300 jobs generated during construction. These are jobs that will be apprenticeships, full-time employment, heavily driven by local participation from employees. And then approximately 42 full-time employment jobs post-construction while the museum is running. So that roughly translates to about $5 million of tax revenue during each construction year, and then another $700,000 of continuous annual tax revenue post-construction for the life of the museum. Thank you.
My name is Tad Hara. I work for Rosen College of Hospitality Management, University of Central Florida. So these are the numbers: total project cost, TDT request, non-TDT capital. Yes. Next, please. Okay. This is me? Yes. Okay. Yes. Just a case. What is this request, to put in perspective? If you look at the household income average, US 81,000, state of Florida 74,000, a little bit less. Orange County 79,700, it's a little bit higher than the Florida average. Winter Park 105,000, Maitland 97,000, Eatonville 32,000. But in a sense, in this kind of situation, you have an option of giving, helping money continuously, but there are other business models. For example, in the world, I happened on the case of Grand Egyptian Museum, where the Japanese government lent Egyptian government about $500 million with an interest rate of 0.1%. That is not giving money, but helping Egyptians to earn their own money. We just help them. We help with the infrastructure development. We help with a little bit of expertise. A very similar model can be applied here. Yes, Eatonville, obviously, very poor. But there should be a way to let them earn their own currencies and come up instead of just giving money. And the other thing is, it's not written here, but if you look at the US census data, the average ratio of African American is about 13%, 1-3, whereas in Orange County, it's 20%, 2-0. But have we seen, substantial capital investment for this 20% of the community to earn their foreign currency with the economic power of tourism? We probably didn't see that, but it's not bad. We probably can try that because Eatonville is one of a very few community in all US which had African American or black incorporated community back in 1887 when the situation in the US South is not so good. So in a sense, this is a very interesting position. I think that's it. Thank you.
Hello, panel. Thank you so much. I'm Jaha Cummings. I'm partner with Finale Securities, founder of National Institute, and former city councilman and vice chair of the Charlotte County Tourism Council. This is not just another community seeking to build a cultural facility. Eatonville is the asset itself. We are already working with PEC towards National Historic Landmark designation, an important step to positioning towards World Heritage Site designation. We actually work directly with the National Park Service and National Park Foundation, and we're actually accredited advisor to UNESCO for the Convention for Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage and an observer to the World Heritage Convention. So when we talk about elevating Eatonville nationally and internationally, we're talking about not aspiration. We understand the ecosystem, have relationships in it, and prepared to do the work. Also, PEC has engaged our investment bank. When we're the largest middle market investment banking platform in the country. We have 900 bankers and operate globally. This proposed investment is not the end of the capital strategy, it's the catalyst. It anchors a $75 million project and gives us a foundation to pursue philanthropy, federal and state resources, corporate partnerships, institutional capital, and private market relationships. Also, our work with Milken Institute's 10,000 Communities Initiative and our broader heritage work, we're connecting preservation to something larger: jobs, entrepreneurship, tourism, investment, and long-term community prosperity. So the question is whether Orange County will help create a cultural destination of national and potentially global significance, a destination that gives visitors another reason to come to Orange County and stay longer. Eatonville has preserved this story for generations, and PEC has preserved the last 4 decades preserving the foundation. The opportunity is now to give the opportunity that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you to this distinguished team. We will now take questions from task members. And I will call on Vance Guthrie first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. NY, you know me personally, I'm a big fan of supporting Eatonville and growing up in that area. Go Edgewater Eagles, fly Eagles soar. I'm just wondering a few things. Where do you see this going up in Eatonville? Are you thinking the west side, the east side? Also, have you thought about any partnership with UCF or Seminole State? And then my third question is, if you don't get this TDT grant because of some issues, do you have a plan going forward? Because I really, really love this, and I would love to see this come to tuition and be built, and I think it would really support Eatonville and help you all out.
Let me take first question first. The reason that we have the map here in terms of the corporate town limits of Eatonville as of 1900 is because, in fact, when we talk about Eatonville as a living museum, we're not talking about a specific place. I do want to make sure that we're on the record. We are not talking about the historic Robert Hungerford High School campus property. This proposal does not rest on that. The whole point of Eatonville as a living museum is that, and we talk about cultural landscapes, in your packet you'll see that that is a concept that has taken about 10 years to evolve through the National Trust for Historic Preservation, the landscape architects. And so the point is that there are options for the interpretation, and in fact, the museum for us, the Zora Neale Hurston International Museum for Arts, Heritage, and Culture, really encapsulates that branding, that global literary branding of Zora Neale Hurston, and then all of the elements that allow for the heritage, the culture, and the culture. So that would be the first. For us, and this has been a stepwise progression, in other words, when Mayor Demings issued the call for this new task force, we were able to step up to do this because in 2023, we were able to do it. And so it's not a matter of just sort of, grabbing money. In other words, we really do know how to do this. And in terms of if, in the wisdom of the county, we could not go forward, then we would continue to do what we've been doing for the last 4 decades, and that is getting up every morning, putting on our shoes, and doing the work. Because the point is, without any investment, you see where the people are coming. We don't have to build it and then they come. People are coming to Eatonville. What we're saying to Orange County citizens, to the residents, invest in what we're talking about so that you can get a greater return. People love Zora Neale Hurston. We are in a facility that is maybe a third of this room. But as someone told me years and years ago, Ms. Nathiri, it doesn't matter if it's the Metropolitan Museum of Art or if it's the Zora Neale Hurston Museum. You're going to do the same quality of work. And so what we're simply saying is, we're here. We are here. Make the investment so that we can do better. And in fact, though Dr. Harder didn't say it, the little secret, the dirty little secret is that unless Eatonville can develop its cultural heritage tourism, and I say this as a third-generation Eatonvillian, you really don't see how the town can exist, because the power is trying to grab everything in Eatonville, and yet the people have the power, the authentic power to bring the marketplace. And so that really isn't the case. We are simply meeting the marketplace, simply meeting the marketplace.
Thank you. Adrienne?
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a few questions to get a better understanding. First, I apologize if I missed it, but piggybacking off of Vance, have you identified, I know you said not the Hungerford property, but just being a resident, I know that Zora brings big crowds, basically shuts the city down. So do you have a space in mind that this museum would be built?
We have several places in mind. Think now that we're talking built environment, which is a bricks and mortar, but we're also talking cultural landscape. And cultural landscape, as you know, being from Eatonville, we're talking about, for example, the Eatonville Memorial Gardens, or we're talking about the 1887 Marketplace. We're talking about different assets. So the short answer is yes, we have identified and are in preliminary discussions, in fact, with several locations.
Okay, and then the next question is kind of two-part. Just looking ahead, I know we have not heard from the other presenters, but there appears to be 4 proposals for museums going in Eatonville. So I just want to know from you, again, two-part, what sets this museum apart from the other proposed museums? And 2, if for whatever reason your application does not go forward or is not approved, is there a possibility of collaborating with one of the others that may make it?
First question first. Authenticity is absolutely essential to the cultural heritage traveler. And so the concepts that we're talking about really are very important as the essence of, again, Eatonville as a living museum. It's very important that we do not think that a brick and mortar building is actually what we are selling here. We are selling the community itself. Now, as a part of our DNA, we are the collaborators. That is what we do, and the gentleman, I did not answer the question. You'll see in your packet that we have a memorandum of understanding, for example, from the University of Central Florida, but we collaborate all the time. Collaboration is based on integrity, on mutual respect, and in fact on mutual benefit. That is why all of us collaborate in arts and culture. And so I need to leave it at that.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ella Wood.
Thank you. Would you go to slide 5, please? Right. Forgive me if I'm being too focused on the brick and mortar, but I did hope that you could talk a little bit more about what's your vision for what people come there to see? Are there artifacts that you've identified or that you have now? Are they interactive? Are there rotating exhibits? Like what happens inside the building?
I'm going to defer to my colleague.
Thank you. For all of the decades that I've been involved with the Zora Neale Hurston National Museum of Art, people will come wanting to see some part of Zora Neale Hurston's legacy, in addition to Eatonville, the town itself. So part of these 5 buildings that I've sort of conceived is having a home for, yes indeed, for some aspect of the Zora Neale Hurston legacy, another part for the town of Eatonville itself. I conceived of a presentation space and a space for rotating contemporary exhibitions based on the ideas advanced by Zora Neale Hurston and her ideas. Is that helpful? Okie dokie.
Our next question from Paul Shelton.
Could I just add one other thing
Yes.
to that query? The reason that we say art, heritage, and culture is because that really allows us to engage with all of the elements within the diaspora. We are a multidisciplinary organization. We've been that from day one, and so the multidisciplinary element allows us to do that.
Mr. Shelton?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Nathiri, and thank you so much to you and your team for your presentation today and your preparedness. My question kind of piggybacks off of what Ella was just asking and speaking more so to the usage of the facility and wondering if there was a designed event space that is available in there and how do you see that adding to the essence of the property?
Let's think about currently in the nation some of the museums that focus on the history, life, culture of the African American in Washington, D.C., or in Charleston. If you look at, and I would encourage you to look at legacy sites in Montgomery, Alabama, historic black towns, part of the Reconstruction era, Eatonville really is a prototype or emblematic of that. And so we see that whole body of content as being ripe for part of the ongoing interpretation of the museum, brick and mortar. In other words, commissioned works that allow for public programming, it's a dynamic. You know, there is within the field a little dirty secret that sometimes museums are out of date as soon as the ribbon has been cut. And so what you have with us is an evolving, dynamic programming concept. And because of what we've been doing over the last number of years, decades, we know how to do that. Partly engaging people like the people that you hear, our relationships, maybe this will help even more. Our relationships with the creative community is really the reason we are what we are. Because we are the smallest arts organization in the county. We have 2 full-time people and 3 part-time people. That's the reality. But we have literally $500,000 annually of in-kind support. And so what we would do, Mr. Shelton, to respond more fully to your question, is to rely upon those established relationships that really support the mission, which is to preserve, protect, and promote historic Eatonville.
Next question from Tom Callan.
Professor Johnson, a very unique design, very appealing design. Thank you. The question I have is about the Zora Neale Hurston. Is that festival run by you all, or is it run by somebody else?
No, it's run by the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community. though everybody calls it the town's festival. I mean, that really is the case, but it's the Association to Preserve the Eatonville Community, the 501c nonprofit.
Okay, and I don't want to be pure crass, so you all own the name Zora Neale Hurston for purposes of the museum then?
Absolutely, we pay a license. We actually pay a license to the Zora Neale Hurston Trust for the use. That's why you have that little R. Yeah, it's really business.
Okay, and has the trust joined in this application for this extending its name to the museum?
No, we've not sought that. We have not sought the trust. In other words, the license doesn't work like that. The license gives us the legal permission to use Zora Neale Hurston when we are talking about festival, about museum. It is not a contract that says that they sign off on something that we're proposing.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that, because it's being proposed as a museum with her name on it, I want to make sure that you all have the right to use
Absolutely.
her name. Okay.
That's why we have that R on there.
Thank you.
Another question from Sarah.
It looks like I'm rounding out the time, so I'll try and be quick. I just want to say thank you for the background and qualifications. Clearly, the team here is very experienced and has been ready to propose this museum. Another thing I want to say is I really appreciate the care and dedication to arts and humanities by this organization. I did want to circle back on the question that has been asked a few times with regard to land. And I understand when you are under land negotiations, there tends to be kind of a blanket that needs to go on top of that so that you don't necessarily reveal the costs and all of those things. But can you talk about those land negotiations, like where you are at on-site location?
Yeah, thank you. As you said, it's a little preliminary to actually, kind of cite the specific locations, but we're in negotiations with 3 landholders. We expect to be not only in contract, but closed by the end of the year on the purchase of those sites.
Thank you very much.
Again, I want to echo my thanks. Thank you. I think this is an idea long overdue, and thank you for all the hard work of that committee. To present our next presenter is Steve Hogan, Chief Executive Officer of Florida Citrus Sports, who will present on his submitted project request. Steve, I see you approaching the podium. Mr. Hogan, you are recognized.
Chair Chapin, Chair Morton, task force members, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name's Steve Hogan, CEO of Florida Citrus Sports, and I think most of you, or some of you that I know fairly well, would think I'd be challenged in 15 minutes to get this done. So I'm going to go as fast as I can, and just to get through this introduction. So thank you for having me. We're here to talk about a $56 million project, a $54 million request to add to the competitiveness of Camping World Stadium and the new event center's extension, really to include event activity and capacity for parking on the campus. As you can see from our 2022 submission, a successful project requesting TDT funds approved in the 2022 study, a 23 TDT oversight committee process. This is a very successful campus for driving tourism, 65% of annual attendees coming from somewhere else, 373,000 room nights. It's a beast when it comes to exposure. That 22 study of the events that year generated 2 trillion global impressions for our community through the success of that campus. This is a city-owned facility, a city-operated facility. This would be shovel-ready in 15 months, operational in 30 months if approved. Obviously, the venue itself is ready. It's been in business since 1936. Our first game and occupancy began there in 1947. The city is ready to host this garage, place this garage on municipally owned land, and they will operate it as a city-operated garage as part of the campus. We expect this to be hugely important to the future success of this campus. We hope, although not operational in time for an NFL season, but many successful seasons to follow. Without it, I think we're going to be under pressure, as many of you may appreciate. Florida Citrus Sports is a nonprofit tenant of Camping World Stadium. A lot of people don't know that. They think we own and operate the venue. We don't. We've been a tenant of the venue since 1947, as I described. We're an economic nonprofit. Our job is to drive people into Orlando through sports and entertainment events, fill hotel rooms, put people in those rooms, drive the tax, turn on TV sets around the world. We do that through Florida Blue Florida Classics, through Jaguars NFL seasons, NFL Pro Bowls. Of late, you may have seen some of our success around the world, but here locally in international soccer matches, youth sports and entertainment, on and on and on, right? That's our day job. But at the end of the day, we want to use those resources to benefit things that tourist development tax cannot address. You may know us from our involvement in founding things like Lift Orlando, running a 26-year summer camp for at-risk kids in the summer when they're out of school, busing them all, literally from all parts of the county into the stadium to give them an engaged summer when they need that activity. We could go on and on and on with the millions of dollars we've invested there, and we're super proud of that because I think it's a responsibility for those of us that are beneficiaries of the tourism development tax to force yourself to find ways to invest in need areas of our community as a result that the tax cannot address. So housing, health and wellness, on and on and on is a mission of ours, and it'll continue to be a mission of ours, and we're very, very proud of that fact. In the last process, the stadium campus was one of the highest rated projects. At that time, we were requesting a stadium requisite or complete with a roof. We'd still love to be here today asking for a roof. Roof wasn't in the cards. I mean, it's a little hot, a lot of lightning and storms in the summer. We're still hosting events, but just wasn't. We had a lot of needs in 2023, so we had to cut that project back from $800 million to $400 million. But nonetheless, the committee believed that it was a worthy project, a ready project, and that we should do it. I'd love to be back this time asking for a roof, quite honestly, but the community has a lot of needs. And if you were to approve a roof here, I just don't think we'd be able to do a lot of things that this community seems to be excited about. So let's address one of the things that we absolutely can. Again, an engine. It's a powerful engine of economic and exposure activity in our community, as I described. Of course, you've seen some of the images released publicly. We're going to be proud of it. I think your view of it from the outside and inside, we've addressed literally every step of the building, from points of service, food and beverage. The terrace decks will finally have chairback seating, dramatic increases in access to restrooms and capabilities there. The venue truly will be something, and it took 20 years, by the way, to get there. Didn't start right away, got approved in 2007, as you know. Had to kind of get back on track in 2012, and yeah, I take a long view of this, and that's okay. But here we are with an opportunity to kind of put some finishing touches on the campus. So beautiful place, going to do a lot of cool things. And the new event center, which I would describe to you is going to be a game changer. Combined with the stadium now, we would expect the campus to do upwards of 100 events a year and over 1 million attendees coming through that campus. One of the biggest things, though, that we need is, has anybody in this room been to the stadium before for an event? So anybody parked there? Have you walked or Ubered or taken a bus? Well, I don't think I have to sell you on the fact that we have a woeful shortage of parking. And just to kind of describe that, most competitive venues, 65,000 seats plus that we compete with in the Southeast region, have on the order of probably 15 to 20,000 parking spaces. If you really think about the amount of people that come by car. Now today we're very proud of the fact that it leans on downtown and a whole host of other assets. Obviously Uber's become prolific, but we have about 3,800 plus parking spaces, and that's leveraging Jones High School. So we obviously need to improve that experience. You can see some of the comments from the task force members of past. Parking's a nightmare. I don't want to go pitch new business with some of these comments, but this is where the committee was. We don't even have a parking garage. We don't have some of the basic needs. You need a parking garage. You need significant parking. There's a few little fan comments down here on the bottom. I didn't have 1,000 pages to actually put all the social media comments from fans when they come experience events here, but I think you get the gist of what we deal with. Now, you might say, and I love this, I'm not going to call out, and obviously I didn't associate these quotes. You can go find them for yourselves from the last process, but there has to be some financial responsibility. Really what I love is I'd love to see some skin in the game to say we're with you. And I think as you heard me say, long before there was a TDT process in 2023, Florida Citrus Sports was doubling down on tens of millions of dollars of investments through Lyft and other partners in housing, education, health and wellness assets. We didn't know a process was coming. We were doing it because it needed to be done. Here again, since the last process, we can't sit back. Didn't know this was going to happen. It has, and we're glad that it is. We thought there'd be a little bit more capacity last time, but we needed to get busy after the arrival and departure. When you think of the infrastructure around Camping World Stadium, it leaves a lot to be desired. Your arrival, your departure. So we've invested heavily in partnership with the city in multiple traffic studies that's going to change the ingress and egress of traffic to the building and out away from the building, starting with the Jags' first game and beyond. Operational institutions will be brought into the building through that study and coordinated in one room. Traffic control, lighting control, police on the street, so forth and so on. But in partnership with great partners like the Central Florida Expressway Authority, City of Orlando, OUC, and many others, we said, how can we make some investments in things that TDT can't touch? The roads, the pedestrian walkways, the lighting of the campus, so forth and so on, and we have. You may have noticed that the event center is benefiting from a 3+ acre land contribution by Florida Citrus Sports to the City of Orlando to put that municipal asset on the site. As a result, that necessitated a development agreement. That development agreement was a chance for us to say, okay, now it's time for all of us to invest in some of these streets and access points and stormwater and the like. So millions of dollars from us as a nonprofit tenant of the building and many other partners. The 408 Expressway project is going to bring significant changes to how you get off at Tampa Avenue, get on and get off at OBT and so forth. We're very excited for that. They have been fantastic partners, and as a part of that project, we're willing to say, okay, we're willing to partner with you to invest in some of the surface streets around the stadium. So those of you that have been to the stadium would know that Rio Grande to the east and Tampa Avenue to the west are important border streets for the pedestrians and the arriving traffic to those two buildings. Here you're seeing a set of exceptional, this is city street parlance if you don't recognize them, but an exceptional street would be something like in front of the Kia Center where it's curbless and it's complete with the kind of infrastructure that you need to bring heavy traffic through. Performance Plus and Performance Streets. So massive investments in those arteries that border the event center to the west and the stadium in the center of the campus and Rio Grande to the east. Very, very proud of that. FCS couldn't do that through CFX, spent about $2.5 million doing the construction documents for that project. So we've done a ton. That'll be probably tens of millions of dollars invested in the infrastructure. The city's going to address the stormwater plan and reconfigure the stormwater system around the campus. Those roads, OUC's taking the power lines off of that Tampa Avenue access between the event center and the stadium. I could go on and on and on, but that will be upwards of about $40 million of infrastructure investments around the campus since we last met that TDT can't address. But there's going to be a glaring need, obviously, to add to that capacity. 3,800 plus spaces is not enough. You could do 8 of these garages, obviously, and we could get a little bit closer, but to do none, I think would be a huge mistake at this point. It's a measured investment, a beautiful structure. It'll have an event rated garage. It's a speed ramp to this garage. Those of you that have parked next to the Kia Center in the Threat Locker garage, or if you've been to Disney Springs, a well-lit garage. It's a little bit airier, taller ceilings, and have the ability to add event capacity to the top of the garage, which is super important. When you look at the event center, the stadium field, the NFL Play 60 field in Lake Lorna Dune Park, and Jones High School, you can build out some of your pre and post activity. You see the Olympic trials are going to be hosted there outside and inside and all over the campus. Youth sports like Pop Warner Super Bowl and Cheer National Championship generate somewhere in the order of 40,000 hotel room nights. Significant economic impact. You have to do that with field count. So having field count and using this garage to alleviate parking capacity and actually produce events is critically important to what we're attempting to do. Now, I mean, sexy, sure, but you might as well connect, if you can, to the eVTOL future of our community. Certainly the airport's going to have eVTOL capacity and helipad capacity. Having that ability to bring folks into the campus is a nice finishing touch to some of the biggest events. We'd love to host a national championship. We'd love to host the Army-Navy game, many other massive events that arrival and departure. Now, if we had rivers, I think we could do by air, land, or sea, but so far, I think maybe air and land would be a good start for a campus that doesn't have a lot of options at the moment. So as you can see, it's a 422-foot garage, 4 stories, as not to overwhelm the overall footprint of the campus, but giving us significant capability now to not only do pre and post events and event activity on stadium off days with the event center, but provide a much needed boost to our parking capacity. Lastly, it's super important that this garage blend in, right? How is it going to become an asset to its environment? Not just look like a garage, but how are you skinning that? How can it be dynamically lit in partnership? As you saw, the stadium will essentially have a 600-foot wide dynamic skin around it. These things need to interrelate. The event center, the stadium, the garage, and the campus need to be a dynamic place, but also every day of the week, they need to be pleasing to the eye. So you see some of the inspiration shots for how that will come to life in the future. And in the 2 minutes, I'm very proud of myself that we have left. I would just encourage you to think about where we are. You know, we don't have an NFL team, obviously, or a major tenant, but we're doing 1 million+ people a year on this campus. It's working. We're crushing it. It has absolutely influenced the right kind of investments in the needed downtown west neighborhoods that have been devoid of investments for many generations. This asset, as I said, you could build 10 of them, wouldn't be enough. We should at least do one and complete this opportunity for a modest investment in what the future of Camping World Stadium sports and entertainment tourism competitiveness looks like. So, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I will, if you would like, add 1 minute and 30 seconds to the Q&A time here, but thank you so much for this opportunity to present to you today.
Thank you, Steve. Great presentation. You should be proud. Very impressive. Let me hand it over to Commissioner Moore for the first question.
Steve, thank you for the presentation, and I had the advantage of going through all this with the $400 million a couple of years ago. I had a couple of questions for you. In terms of the events, you've done a fantastic job recruiting the JAGs, and we know of your successes. Could you put a little more meat on the bone in terms of what this event center could bring in additional or new events?
So again, this particular project is an extension of the stadium and event center, viewed very literally, right, with a playable field on top of it, but the parking infrastructure augments, and I think you're leaning into the event center a little bit, 150,000 square feet indoor conditioned space on campus in tandem with the stadium is going to be a game changer. If you look at youth sports tourism primarily, think off days, right? On stadium days, this facility and the event center are super important because much like the NFL Pro Bowl that needed to shoot an on-camera live skills challenge for a global audience, needed a place to do that. It's not on the stadium field, but it's in a facility like this. You look at game days for the Olympic trials coming up. They're going to need a multitude of outdoor fields inside the stadium, likely for flag, and indoor facilities to produce that campus-wide event. But every day of the week, when you look at the weekends and the youth activity, cheer, volleyball, basketball, indoor soccer, football, so forth and so on, the youth tourism ecosystem is powerful, as demonstrated through our Pop Warner and or AAU volleyball fans in the room would tell you that there's not enough convention centers to host that business. So this asset really lights up that West Downtown campus 100+ times a year as a result of the event center in this facility. Yep, thank you.
Rishi? Actually, I think, Chris, you're in queue first.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, great presentation, and on behalf of the Expressway Authority, appreciate the partnership, and I think it's great that all these different entities are coming together to make have a real facelift ahead of the Jaguars coming to town. So I think it's going to be fantastic. A couple questions for you. Wasn't quite clear. So we're talking about the parking garage and an event center for this ask.
Yeah, the event center is going to exist, right? So as an extension of the event center and the stadium, this garage is literally an extension of those from a playing surface standpoint and a parking capacity standpoint. So it's specifically for the garage.
Okay, so the event center is already
it's already locked and loaded, be under construction, foundations in December. We hope. We don't know if it'll make the first game for the Jags, but we hope very early in the season.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah. And then my other question was, how many parking spots are in this garage, proposed garage?
Thank you for asking. This is a 1,000-space targeted garage.
1,000.
1,000.
Okay. And would it be, if funded, and I know you said you've got a lot of things that are shovel-ready and ready to go on this, and if the Board of County Commissioners were to approve this, would you have it complete in time for the Jaguars?
We would not. We would not. It's 15 months. You would be ready for construction. 30 months open to the public. So, you know, again, the Jag season, as much as I would love to have it for that, of course, and we're going to live many decades beyond the Jags. I think we've had this problem for 20 or 30 years without the Jag, so it's time to fix it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Mr. Callen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, good presentation. Thank you. When we talked about the question I have is this, two questions. First question is, how many parking spaces are being proposed?
1,000.
1,000 parking
Yes, sir.
spaces, okay. And next question I have, in Tampa, when they have the football stadium in Tampa, do they have a parking garage for that stadium, or is it all grass parking?
It's a blend of grass and paved parking, but they have, I think, Matt, north of 20,000 spaces in Tampa. Okay. Which is a little more than our 4,000.
And you and I have dealt with this issue back in 2022 with Uribe and support for the stadium and all that. And I see you solved the problem with the 408 access, which is kind of good. We talked about that back then 4 years ago.
Yes, sir.
The other question we talked about then was maybe having alternative parking versus a parking garage, extending the campus of the Citrus Bowl more towards OBT across the street from the police station, similar to what Tampa has, grass parking, so you have a great view of the stadium from OBT all the way there. Have you all looked at that as an alternative to versus a parking garage?
Actually, well, there's not an alternative, Tom, but it's a great point. You're right. We did listen to you and many others the last process. Church Street, I think all of us know, has to be an artery, has to continue to grow as an artery. I think the under-eye and the ride-share movement to downtown is going to be critically important. We shuttle pretty efficiently, max about 20,000 people on the bigger games from downtown to the stadium. So it's a full effort between pedestrian corridor, which is why church is going to be really important in the future, how that pedestrian journey to the downtown assets, in addition to shuttling, in addition to on-site parking, and then a more efficient egress and ingress operational plan is what we're all counting on to kind of alleviate. You want to be below 40-minute egress if you can. I think some of you have left some events. 40 is ambitious, but we've hit that a few times. So, Tom, there's not a solution that you could provide east of OBT that doesn't still necessitate some structured parking. You need a little bit. We just don't have enough capacity. We use every yard you can possibly find, as you can imagine. It's a very important cottage industry on the west side of downtown, but a garage is critical, an upgraded Church Street, and a new downtown tied-in infrastructure.
Thank you. Ella Wood?
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Great presentation, compelling case that lots of people going to these events would like parking. It does seem a little like a Band-Aid on a much bigger problem that we have getting to the stadiums. What I'm struggling with is how to justify it for this task force, for the economic impact on tourism here. And I wanted to ask in particular about some of the numbers that you gave for the economic analysis. You say that the estimated average length of stay for visitors is 3 to 4 days, which doesn't sound to me like the visitors I picture coming for a sports game or a concert, and doesn't sound to me like what people who come to park in a garage for an event are going to stay there for 3 to 4 days. Can you convince me that that this garage is going to generate these longer term stays that we're talking about? Where does that come from?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, if you know about our events, and I personally, I think it's conservative, the stadium's projections. They're on the order of $600 per attendee. I think the convention center's up around $2,500 per attendee in terms of economic impact generated. We think our people staying longer than those, but hey, we'd rather be conservative and say it's on the order of 2.5 to 3 days. But that's the reason they're coming. They're staying for 2 or 3 days, going to Universal and Disney and SeaWorld and ecotourism and all over what Orlando has to offer, but they're here to attend an event. And so when they get to the event, they got to have a place to park, and that experience has to be better than what we're giving them. It's costing us, as you can see. And again, I hesitate to share some of the feedback and comment in the thousands that we get in terms of fan experience and how it's, you know, degraded some opportunities for us to continue to drive tourism, because this is a public forum and there are many cities that would like to use my comments up here at the podium against us in terms of how we recruit things. So I'm trying to be careful, but I think you all understand what that experience is like. So we have to fix it. But I do think the event center, Ella, which is going to really provide a cadence of event activity to the campus with moms, dads, young kids, hours at a time, all day long, coming and going, need to have a place that they feel safe. It's efficient. It's going to
for city-owned facilities. I'm just wondering if there are other funding sources available for this garage, given that, you know, I feel like it makes sense for that source.
Yeah, there's several $1 million that's going to need to be provided outside of what we've requested in our presentation, which us and the city have committed to do. things that TDT can't be used for. If land acquisition is one of those, obviously. Second would be stormwater and capacity related to the site. So we're going to have to do that anyway, but there's no guarantee it's in the CRA footprint. In fact, it hasn't been expanded yet through the county. So the CRA currently, for those you don't know, literally comes down the hash mark of Church Street from downtown. The hash mark, not the road. And it swallows the stadium drip line. And so back in 2007 or 12, I believe, or somewhere in that range, that was done so that the CRA could be used as a financing mechanism for the city for the stadium. So it doesn't currently include anything else. We have advocated for it to include the public infrastructure, the lots, the right-of-ways, so that the city could do more with their own resources. In the meantime, we're doing, as you saw in my presentation, without that, those roads and other projects. But so, Sarah, I couldn't commit that it would be in the CRA. And the CRA, at this point, doesn't have any money to invest in anything else other than they've publicly described in the last few months. I think you've seen that list, those of you that have been following kind of the downtown project list. So,
Thank you.
I'd love it. I'm with you. Trust me. I'd love to have that resource. We don't.
Thank you. Tina, I see you for the next question.
Yes. I was super excited to see the community investment, and then much like the Zora Group ahead of you, you guys actually had a realistic time frame to get kind of through the system. But I'm struggling a little bit with the not having the location, because the images and the discussion show how connected it is to the event center. I don't know if you want to go back to one of the, maybe the map on page 16 and talk about where the event center is and what are your ideal parking. I am excited that, like, you know, where we've talked about in some of these, that what is it giving back to the community, and I am excited about there's those efforts being made, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, so I think
my brain is struggling. I think much like Doug said, like, where is this? What?
Trust me, you run in circles around me. So as you can see, the city has a wide array of assets around the campus. It's going to be on the campus in one of those city-owned sites. We got some options, but at the end of the day, this needs to blend well with the future ingress and egress plan of cars. You know, the west side is an asset increasingly to the stadium because people approaching off John Young will alleviate some of the stuff that comes from the east. But there's a plethora of city-owned land and privately owned land that otherwise could be provided to the city in order to land this plane. But I'm not guaranteeing you it's going to be sitting next to the event center or next to the stadium. It would be on the campus of it, which...
Okay. But
yeah.
you said the event center would be connected and that's already in progress.
The event center, I said, is connected to, again, the campus. So if you look at the corner of Tampa and Church Street, Lake Lorna Dune Park, which we rebuilt Florida Citrus Sports with the community and City of Orlando, is to the north of the stadium there. You see it with the lake and all the assets. To the western edge of that is Tampa Avenue. That's where the event center sits, just on the other side of the street. So you see that connected corner, State and Main, Church Street and Tampa Avenue is the event center and stadium site. Okay. So adding capacity literally on any one of these municipally owned chunks of land would be a massive help to what we're doing here.
We really only have time to allow the next two questions that are in queue, so please keep the questions short, and Steve will ask you for brief answers. Next question up is Paul. Tina, we'll need you to turn off your microphone. Thank you. Chris Mueller came on queue next. So I'll remember Chris. I'll come back to you, Chris. If you'll turn your mic off, I'll remember you. And Paul, I'll allow you to ask your question.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My question simply is, with building the structure, do we cannibalize any other existing parking spaces, and if so, how many? Because if we're going to gain 1,000 at the cost of 700, what's that net positive?
Yeah, I mean, again, with the footprint, you're plus or minus 250 on the ground level. There's no question you're going to net some there. If depending on what land we use, I think you're a little bit less impact than more, but the floors themselves, obviously, if you want to count it that way, it would be a net 750 spaces then. Again, we go up more stories. I think that's dangerous because you just start to swamp the neighborhood. So I think we just want to be careful there, but there's no question, depending on the site, some aren't used as aggressively from a parking standpoint and that we could clear, but about 250 spaces on the first floor is what you would net out of the 1,000. Yep.
Thank you, Steve. Last question, Chris.
Thank you, Steve. How does the revenue flow and who keeps the profit?
Well, this would be a municipally owned and managed garage. There's going to be some, not substantial, but operational costs, capital maintenance, long-term needs that the city has, and Proforma would cover that. But at the end of the day, event promoters pay a fee to the municipality in order to use the asset. That's what helps pay for the asset, its employees, its upkeep. And at the end of the day, if there's a net margin there, let's say the Jags want to come in and have to pay the city, you know, $25, $30 a space, and they want to charge $50, that routinely happens. But at the end of the day, the city would collect fees commensurate with what it takes to care for the garage and operate it.
Steve, thank you for a great presentation, and thank you for great questions, committee. I'll hand it over to my co-chair.
We now have a break scheduled, and we actually have a little more time for it than we had anticipated. So we need to be back by 11:05. So enjoy. I'm going to go get something warm to wear. Thank you very much. Our next presentation is from Deborah Green, who is the president of the Orange Audubon Society. And Ms. Green, you are recognized for your presentation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Martin, Chapin, Roseanne. Task force members, thank you very much for inviting Orange Audubon to present. I'm talking about our Natural History Museum at the Apopka Burning Park, about ecotourism and how Orange Audubon created the second biggest ecotourism attraction in Orange County, about our museum and habitat restoration, about Orange Audubon, and workforce and community development. We use the definition from the International Ecotourism Society. Ecotourism is responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment, sustains the well-being of the local people, and involves interpretation and education. Orange Audubon's focus has been on the Lake Apopka North Shore since the St. Johns River Water Management District purchased it from the farms in the 90s. We have tried to get public access because the birding opportunities are amazing in those wetlands. Unfortunately, due to a bird kill, there was no public access. So we created it by partnering with Orange County and the St. Johns River Water Management District to found the Birdapalooza Festival at Magnolia Park, which was really popular. And soon after, Orange and Lake Counties created the Apopka Loop Trail along the levee along the lake. And then the Lake Apopka Wildlife Drive was opened by the St. Johns River Water Management District in 2015. Now, the way it was opened was that the staff changed their hours to be just Monday through Thursday so that it could be open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So there's no staff managing it. The district is not a park service. So Orange Audubon, having pushed to get this public access, we stepped up. We did quite a number of things. We secured grants to do interpretive panels. We managed the Facebook page for the site, which helped create visitation. And now it's 283,000 visitors in the last year, 46,000 pedestrians and cyclists. And we estimate about half of those were from outside the area, and I'll show you how we know. This is from district gate counters. In 2024, the gate counters weren't working for several months, and there was Hurricane Milton. But it's a steady tick upward. And how we know about the economic impact is that in 2018, the district commissioned a University of Florida ecotourism study that calculated 3.6 million income, gas, food, and lodging in the area. And extrapolating from these expenditures to the current visitation, in 2018 it was 100,000, now 283,000, we calculate impact of about 10 million from the Wildlife Drive itself. And we expect about 35,000 people to visit our Natural History Museum before or after visiting the drive. I didn't really emphasize where our location is, right to the right of the entrance to the Wildlife Drive. And we expect additional 15,000, and the economic impact would be about $1 million a year with education and involvement by the local community. We started the ambassador program in 2020 to help the district because the visitation was really increasing, and so that there were no people driving into canals or any kind of problems, road rage. And the way it is first-time visitors go left to speak with ambassadors, and the ambassadors ask where they're from. So that's how we know that over half are from out of town. And we also have our North Shore Birding Festival since 2016. It's a 5-day festival. We advertise it nationally in birding magazines. And we have about 350 participants each year from about 18 states, over 70 cities in Florida. And we do calculate the room nights through our questionnaire to the participants. We use the Wekiwa Springs State Park Youth Camp as a place to house our out-of-town trip leaders and hold our dinners. And we expect our festival to grow finally exponentially once we have the museum to be able to hold an expo hall. And ecotourists really spend money. American birders have high incomes, photographers as well, and museum goers, my sources say that they have higher incomes than average. So the wealthier visitors do not hesitate to spend on lodging, food, and transportation. So this is our museum site. It's a 69.5 acre property to the right of the entrance to the Wildlife Drive. It was purchased as part of the district's 20,000 acre purchase of the farms, but carved out because it was high and dry. And it was on a surplus list. And we got interested in trying to get it, to secure it for a nature center site and a buffer to the district's lands. And we had to partner with the municipality. We partnered with the city of Apopka. So it was deeded to the city of Apopka in 2018. And for our Natural History Museum, we're going to be renovating this old truck shop. This was a cement block building where the nurseryman repaired his trucks and other farmers in the district could repair their trucks. Very sturdy. We watched it from across the Wildlife Drive through all those hurricanes, and it's very sturdy. And that's the ecological thing to do, to renovate rather than tear down and build anew, because you're saving all the energy of making the materials, transporting the materials, and also the waste disposal if you were to demolish it. We secured our long-term lease from the city of Apopka in March 2024. And the lease includes that the grounds, the 69.5 acres, will be restored with native grasses and other native plants. This was important to get into the lease because we're immediately dealing with Parks and Rec, and they are not familiar with that kind of landscaping. So, and the board had a visioning session first, and we did secure our architect. My last job, as I'm going to say in a minute, was in sustainability for Valencia. I'm lead AP, so I had my connections to get a fantastic architect that does net zero energy buildings. He may be coming. I'm not sure if he's going to make it or not. But his name is Philip Donovan, and the company is Little Diversified Architectural Consulting from Charlotte and Orlando. And so we had the visioning sessions, and then here on the right, he's presenting for the city of Apopka, October 2024. They loved it. The cost of full construction with price increases is $2.5 million. We've just secured our builder, RB Marks Construction at Winter Springs. And Orange Audubon must also have a sustainable funding stream for operations, including staff. When will construction start? We're going to do phase 1, which is selective building demolition, taking out the roll-up doors, the last metal, the roof, before we can actually start construction, and doing the site prep. We're going to start that next month. And our groundbreaking event publicity should bring in new funders outside our membership. That's where our funding has come from to date, is our members. They've watched our progress over a long period of time, and they see that we are really going to do this. So the TDT request here is for $20 million. That was the minimum. And so $12 million for the building construction in the first year, the initial exhibits, and habitat restoration. And each year after that, $2 million for building updates, exhibits, and habitat restoration. And if I'm invited to present further, I will be happy to articulate that more clearly. But how does habitat restoration fit with the museum? We're doing habitat restoration and teaching about it. It's a really important thing to do with so much habitat damaged, and habitat being the critical element for survival of wildlife. It's going to be a functional building designed to be LEED Gold net zero energy with 50 solar panels, a 200-gallon cistern, the water used for toilet flushing. It's the frame of the building, existing cement block building, with an annex added on. And this 1,000-square-foot annex will have murals and looks out onto a native landscape with water features. It's the bird watching annex. Here he is. My architect just walked in. Come on around, Phil. Come on behind me. The museum will have movable exhibits, so the space can be open for 120 chairs to host programs. And here's a listing of some of the topics we'll have exhibits on. and certainly will be more, and we will make it, rotate the exhibits, of course, and have traveling exhibits to keep people coming back and checking out what's new. And we have a great deal of community involvement. The entry landscape was planted on work days, and monthly work days started in April 2025. We have gopher tortoise burrows on the property, surveyed and staked off by volunteers. And we have good partnerships. St. Johns River Water Management District is helping us with a big job, which is taking out the concrete pads that are the bases of the old greenhouses. So it was greenhouses throughout. They burned in '99 when the district first bought it, and they've been there as an impediment to real restoration. So now, right now, the district is taking those out. And then the district gives us a water tank for our landscape, our initial landscape, and that's very kind of them, and anything else, they'll step up. So Orange Audubon is a 60-year-old chapter of National Audubon. Second largest chapter in Florida with 2,000 member households. We're chapter of the year this past year and also a few other years. And we're run by volunteers, except a part-time education coordinator, a former retired teacher, Kathy Rigling, who's really hit the ground running, and she's out in the Orange County Public Schools. And myself, I was the first director of sustainability for Valencia. And as I'm working on this, I remembered finally that I worked at the Museum of Science and Industry in Tampa, designing their first traveling exhibit. So I know something about museums as well. And our focus is on sustainability. We'll be hiring a museum director, a paid staff finally, upon opening of the museum. And we've been fundraising to create a sustainable funding stream for salaries, moving from an all-volunteer chapter, with the exception of this half-time education coordinator, to a staff chapter. And other people on our team, very important, are Rick Baird, who retired from Orange County EPD, and Lance Hart, who retired in wetlands permitting from the district, Jack Horton, who's really dug in and learned land management, Alan Shapiro, who owned a large nursery and has really helped on the horticulture side. Steve Turner, a former NOAA big fisheries scientist and volunteer at Archbold. Jan Rahill, retired City of Orlando government natural resource manager. Sue Widener, our treasurer, is a CPA, works for Seminole County skilled clerk of the court. And we have other skilled volunteers. We've raised $2.5 million without municipal or grant assistance. Member contributions doubled to $376,000 last fiscal year. Our financial audits and our 990s are posted on our website. I would encourage you to take a look. And our programs are profiled and donors listed in our annual report. We have a gold seal of transparency. And Little, our architectural firm, won the top award in the unbuilt category for our project from the American Association of Architects. Our builder has been in business for 22 years. All our permits are secured. The number of jobs created, 50 average during construction, average wage 45. Our builder contractor uses local subcontractors, keeping money in the community. And there has been a slowdown, at least in the Popka area, so this is timely employment. Ongoing jobs with the $20 million grant, maybe 20, center director, educators, volunteer coordinator, those involved in restoration. We will continue to use volunteers, building on contacts made through our monthly work days. People like to be involved. This is their park. And the Popka Birding Park grounds will be open during construction. So in summary, Orange Audubon brings ecotourism to Orange County with the Lake Apopka Wildlife Drive. With our birding festival, we keep data on room nights, and our current project, our beautiful museum and habitat restoration, will receive national attention and visitation. Orange Audubon is fiscally sound, run by highly skilled volunteers, soon to hire its first director, has good partners, and dedicated supported members. Investment by Orange County in this project will be cost-effective, less for workforce development, but more for ecotourism's income in West Orange County and for community impact. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Green, and congratulations both on your focus on the environment. I would have expected no less. and your volunteer involvement is remarkable.
Thank you.
So we will now take questions from our task force. Joe Dunn.
Chart 15, you said that, thank you, you said that 12 million was construction, exhibits, and habitat restoration?
Yes.
So does that mean 9.5 million is habitat restoration and exhibits?
We have been being so frugal because we didn't have a source of money other than our members' donations. So now if we did get this minimum amount of 20 million, there would be extra things we could put in. And then the habitat restoration is actually quite expensive, both to remove exotics and prepare the land for the planting, and then the cost of the native plants. So we think we can productively spend that there.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
That was along my same lines. Do you have a breakdown of what because you say in your presentation the construction of the facility is 2.5 million. So if your first year you're requesting 12, do you have some kind of breakdown of where the other $9.5 million goes?
Not yet, but if invited to present further, we will work on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And may I introduce our architect, Philip Donovan, and he might have something to say about that, or he can take another question.
Kimberly? Christine was first.
Okay. No problem. Yes, Dr. Green, my question for you was about marketing, because I know that there are a tremendous amount of visitors coming just off the wildlife drive, and when I had the opportunity to bring Visitor Land out there, they really thought that whole region had marketability through them. But I was wondering what you had planned so that we could have the return on investment.
Well, if we had money to spend on advertisement, we would do that. Social media is free, and we do that heavily. And we have a growing membership in our newsletter. 3,700 people are on our newsletter list, and it continues to expand. So the combination of those things, paying for ads and free stuff that we've been doing all this time, and including in national magazines, because if we're getting ecotourists, that's a whole other market. There's birders that come around the country to see things, and Lake Apopka Wildlife Drive, North Shore, is very popular once they come. So we advertise more in birding magazines. Pardon? Yes. To date, we haven't captured the interest of Visit Orlando, but I will keep trying. And maybe, at this level, having presented to you all, maybe the ticket.
I apologize to Kim. You will be in the queue after Vance and Robert Smith.
Oh, thank you. Vance Guthrie, representing the city of Maitland. We are very happy and love the birds of prey there. So I hope you don't take that away from Maitland. We love it there. It brings in a lot of people, and y'all do a lot of good things. So thank you. My question is, well, because I was hoping you were going to do like a bigger map and show us where it is. Will this be a trailhead for the drive? Will it be connected? What is your thoughts on that? Because I think that would be really a great thing if, you did the drive and then could go there.
That's what they'll do.
So,
yes.
So
we'll
it'll
have
be,
our own.
Be the trailhead for it?
Yes. our gate is just to the right of the entrance to the Wildlife Drive. And remember, the Wildlife Drive is not open Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And there is a pedestrian gate now, but the district is thinking of closing that. So you come into ours, and it's upland. It's different than the Wildlife Drive. But we'll have all the different habitats with this habitat restoration and walking trails. So it's called a birding park, a Popka birding park, and you'll visit and walk around like that.
Any thought of, like, in the future, just throwing it out at you, a rehabilitation hospital? Because I know with injured animals, everybody's asking, where do we take them to?
I know.
I had to go to Lake Nona from Maitland, which takes 45 minutes. That's a long ways.
I know.
But it's also would add on to the whole, people love to come in and see the animals that have been rehabilitated, just like the birds of prey with the eagles and the hawks.
It was in the dream of a previous president, and I haven't dreamed on that, but there is a raptor rehabilitation center in Apopka, avian reconditioning center. But yes, for all the little birds, there's very little help, and maybe that would be a great thing to have there.
Yeah, I took an ibis to the birds of prey one time, and I said, oh, would y'all take this? And they're like, well, we'll take it and feed it to our birds. So it would be nice if we could find another place for different little birds to go to.
Yes. And we love the Center for Birds of Prey, and we love our Audubon, Florida, as we love National, of which we're a part.
Yeah.
But being located here, it's been a little hard to get us distinguished from the birds, from Audubon, Florida, and Birds of Prey. So many of our donors have gone ahead and donated to Birds of Prey or Audubon, Florida, thinking that they were donating to us.
Until right now, I thought y'all were the same.
Yes. We're the local chapter. There's 45 local chapters in Florida, but then there's Audubon, Florida, and there's 500 chapters around the country. So we just moved our post box to Apopka to help try to distinguish ourselves. Again, we love Audubon, Florida, and have many, many opportunities for partnership with them, but that has been confusing to some of our donors.
Yeah, thank you for your clarity.
Robert Smith?
I would just add one thing to that question, if I may.
Yes, would you like to add something? Mm-hmm.
This is as you're pulling in your car, this is immediately to the right. So when there's long lines to get into the birding park, you would actually turn the bottom right corner there is the entrance. The city's got a parking lot there. They're talking about bathrooms. So this is going to be a stop. Hey, I'm going to stop and pull off here for a few minutes or an hour, a couple hours, visit this, and then really understand what's happening upland and lowland around the lake. So right. So this is, that's opposite, and then you would have the whole 70 acres. We're working with a raptor center in Charlotte, and there's the release portion of it, right? So from heavy human intervention, this could be an opportunity, because it's been restored to a native habitat, that raptor centers could come and release here, or bird centers, and the people could be experiencing the other end of that rehabilitation.
Robert Smith?
I just want to say I love that area. Whenever somebody comes in...
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry. Whenever somebody comes in from out of state, the first thing they want to see is gators. So I know exactly where to take them because they're always there.
Yes.
The location you picked out was perfect because, again, once you enter that facility, it's right there to the right.
I'm sorry, if you'd speak into the mic so the rest of... I apologize. I've got a differing view from you. So proceed. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm not sure how much closer I can get, but what I was saying is that, again, I think it's a great natural resource. It is part of ecotourism because, again, with the amount of people that go out there, not only for bird watching, gator watching, and also for hiking and biking. My only question is, you said you raised $2.5 million already, correct?
Yes, from our members.
Yes, understood. Is that currently being used for the construction of the museum?
It will be, but we also, as I think I made clear, I'm still a full-time volunteer, and I need to be replaced by a staff person. So we have to be sure we have that money. We don't want to be caught in a rat race of funding our staff and operations. So we're holding that back. We're not going to start immediately.
So that 2.5 would be used for operation and maintenance?
And some of it has been designated just for the Nature Center, so we couldn't. But other of it, if we are able to pull in this TDT money, could go then for that piece. You know, we really wanted an endowment, so we just pulled the interest, and so it was sustainable. We're looking at other options for bringing in sustainable funding, but you know, our culture, Orange Audubon has been to offer free, to try to convince, to save the environment. So we don't charge for things, or charge just a minimum. So we don't have a whole lot of marketing income potential there.
Okay. And then with the 9.5 delta million dollars, is that just going to be allocated within that boundary that you have identified as that upland area, or would it be utilized outside of that area?
The 69.5 acres of the property, the old nursery site, everything would just be done, would be worked there.
Within those four corners?
Within those corners. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And did I say the length of our lease? We have a 30-year lease with unlimited 5-year renewals, such that we're comfortable that we could spend our hard-earned money from our donors and get something done and make a beautiful natural history museum and restoration site.
Kim?
Okay, thank you so much. And I love it, Deborah, when we're on the same side of issues, and I love all your hard work on things. And I have to speak because this is why I'm here. This is Apopka. This is my backyard. And I can attest to the fact that the Wildlife Drive attracts tourists because I've been behind a lot of out-of-state plates when I go there. So that's just anecdotal, but I know everybody loves data. So a lot of the questions, if you noticed, have to do with this $20 million threshold that we have to adhere to. So maybe I'd like to hear from the architect about how he could spend more money to get up to that $20 million number on the things that we're allowed to spend this money on.
This is the greatest question I've ever encountered as an architect, so
I bring home the bacon.
Deborah talked about the 2.5 million, and 1.8 of that 2 years ago was where we were targeting this cost estimate. We were trying to be very careful with reusing an existing building. A lot of the members said, why aren't we just tearing this down? This is an old block building. We said, well, there's a lot of energy and effort already put into this. It's survived a bunch of hurricanes, right? It's worthy of being reused, and we would save about $100,000 by reusing that. And so, what's that? 150. So, but in that 1.8 million over 2 years has now grown to 2.2. You know, escalation, the cost of things just right now. We've cut things or held them back currently, like the solar panel system. Audubon was really adamant that they wanted to spend a minimal amount of resources, as well as being good stewards, but just having more money to put into the classes, the programs on site, and not paying utility bills. So right now, the solar canopy, the solar PV system on the roof has been tabled. In order to get this project moving, we're starting with site work, but we've been trying to strip things out of the building in order to get this project moving forward. And I think we could enhance. Internally, we have some systems that we wanted to put in to utilize if they wanted to open this up for outside retreats. You know, my company would love to come do a retreat out here as well, or visiting companies from out of state, a destination to come have a retreat here, visit the Wildlife Drive, and then I think enhancing the spaces around the project. Again, we are trying to, in Florida, which is getting harder to do, get people out in the outside space doing activities, not just roaming in the wildlands, but around the building, having covered areas outside to get a little messy with projects. And so we're starting to scale some of those things back. Canopy systems, outdoor cooling systems, meaning fans, to keep people cool as we try to get people inside the building. So I think there's ways to enhance and expand that. I think the other opportunity too is there's this delicate balance on introducing people into a wild place and not disturbing that wild place. Like as it gets popular, we move 100 people through a delicate ecosystem. So the Audubon has tried to design systems of viewing, almost like a bird blind, where you wouldn't be seen. And those things have been run by volunteers, but those could be enhanced. Those would be active barriers and camouflage systems that could be deployed. They're designed around the building that could go further. And in terms of immersing people while maintaining a delicate footprint. And so that takes planning, it takes fee to design those effectively to do their job and minimize the impact on natural systems.
Thank you. That sounds like the kind of thing that tourists would really be attracted to. And I know myself, when I go places, as a tourist, I like to seek out these type of opportunities. So I'm sure other people coming from elsewhere would feel the same way.
I think signage too, wherever we can land on that. You know, this is kind of buried down Lust Road, and if you can get out towards the main thoroughfares. The last thing I'll say is there's a lot of energy happening right now. They're filming. If anybody's ever read A Land Remembered, they're filming it right now. They're doing it without Hollywood, and this is wild Central Florida. That's what's in that book. And when you come out to this 70 acres and you take the extension to Apopka, that's going to be a really big win as people understand more through that movie in this place. I'm a sixth-generation Floridian, so it's deep in my blood, and I'm excited about the potential to have others experience this as well.
I'm sorry, but we are out of time for questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Green, for your presentation.
I would like to mention that A Land Remember did just receive an Orange County Film Incentive. It's the first one. We launched that program this year, and we're recommending to the board to fund that project. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Mr. Cole Neesmith, founder and artistic director of the Creative City Project, who present on their submitted project requests. Thank you, Mr. Neesmith. You're recognized.
Good morning. Immerse is a destination experience for strong cultural tourism. At its core, it is a 3-day performing and interactive arts festival that activates more than 10 city blocks of downtown Orlando with 4 stages, activated roadways, activating the business plazas across downtown, activating empty commercial spaces, annually platforming more than 1,000 artists, and in 2026, we welcomed more than 85,000 guests to downtown Orlando for the festival. My name is Cole Neesmith, and in 2012, I called a bunch of my creative friends and said, I believe that we have the power to transform our city through art and creativity. And we didn't have any sound or lights or permits or permission. We just went out into the streets and started making. And since then, we have built a robust organization. We have developed hundreds of partnerships, and we have worked to platform thousands of artists, whether that's Kelly Lupus, who for the last 18 years has mentored young women through her STEP team, Unity, or Chris Keogh, who stands with me here today, who through Immerse launched the Orlando Vocal Collective, which is now a thriving arts organization. Sylvia Huddleston, who gathers dozens of artists and musicians and dancers from across Latin America to bring the streets of Orlando to life. Or our partners at Blue Man Group or Cirque du Soleil, these world-famous arts institutions who believe in the mission of what we're doing and come and offer their services and their talent for free because they believe that they are also part of the creative community of Central Florida. Immerse has a strong history and future of attracting tourists, supported by those hundreds of partners across the tourism industry and beyond. A little global context. There are cultural and artistic festivals around the world that define their communities and are cultural destinations for the world over. Whether it's the Dia de Muertos festivals in Mexico City or Carnival in Rio de Janeiro, communities around the world see the value of arts and culture festivals to draw attention from the world and contribute significantly to cultural tourism. That's why we're here today, because the scope and scale of destination art and culture festivals like these require big investment. And these municipalities are investing millions of dollars annually to ensure that they are seen the world over as destinations for incredible cultural tourism. There are existing buckets for arts and culture through the county, and we are so grateful to have been able to participate in those buckets over the last 14 years. They've allowed us to get where we are. But the future of developing a world-class global destination arts festival requires special and dedicated funding, which has been recognized by the county for more than 12 years. In 2014, the Sustainable Orange County Plan noted that Orange County should use TDT funds to host large-scale blockbuster events. In Mayor Deming's transition team report, he mentioned Immerse by Name, expanding creative city projects Immerse. And the Orange County Arts Ecology study also mentions Immerse by Name, continuing to invest in Immerse and Fusion Fest and ensure arts organizations of all sizes are able to participate. Because Orange County recognizes the value of creating a destination arts and culture festival. It gathers dozens of our arts organizations and platforms thousands of artists in one place at one time to really say to the world, we are a world-class destination, not only for the best themed entertainment in the world, but for incredible art and culture. We have reached hundreds of thousands of residents and guests every year since our inception. And we do that through multiple months of activations of large-scale art pieces throughout the downtown space. And then over the Immerse weekend last year, we welcomed 84,960 guests. And that's continued growth year over year, as you can see by the Placer AI data at the top right of the screen. In those 85,000 guests, we're proud to say that 19% of those were visitors outside the four-county area, including dozens of states and international destinations, as well as visitors from across the state. And that is continued growth. In 2025, 18.2% of our audience was from out of town, 19% in 2026. And as we continue forward with the investment of tourist development tax dollars, we look to grow that number by 2036 to 250,000 guests over the festival weekend, 25% of those being guests from out of the community. We have significant advertising reach and international coverage. You can see some of that right here from the UK's Daily Telegraph, right there in print, Australia's Sydney Morning Herald, Outlook India, and so many more. We, on our own social channels this past year, had 6 million impressions just in the first 2 months of the year, with the additional 8 million from the Visit Orlando campaign and tens of millions of impressions around the world from our earned media and influencer campaigns. There is a high positive impact as we're shaping and expanding what people expect when they visit Orange County. The tourism industry is also an incredible collaborative partner, as well as so many others. Take a look at this.
This is the one missing piece. We've got the theme parks, we've got, the attractions, but the one missing piece is this global arts festival that could turn into something so big for the benefit of our community.
That's what we need here in Orlando. We need that event that draws people from all over to come and experience what the Orlando region has to offer.
A vibrant downtown really is crucial for the ultimate success of a city and for a region. It brings the community together, it strengthens community ties, it raises property values, and increases economic growth. So, having Immerse in downtown is essential for our long-term success of just being that cultural centerpiece, not only for Central Florida, but really across the entire state.
I mean, it's always important to invest in infrastructure of cities, but Immerse can help provide soul for that. And I think that's very important to remember, that it's not about just funding arts. It's about funding an identity.
People travel from all over the world to go to arts festivals. It's proven. In Nashville, in Austin, in Paris, people do it. And we want them to travel here to Orlando to experience this incredible festival.
The festivals that collaborate with the cities that fund the festivals, are the cities that you and I want to go to. They have the restaurants that you want to eat at, they have the hotels you want to go hang out at, they have the arts community that we want to be inspired by.
What an honor to have so many incredibly invested partners who believe in the power of what Immerse is doing from all kinds of verticals across Orange County. We have an extensive partnership with Visit Orlando from a marketing perspective. They come to the table every year and we collaborate with them. Again, 8 million impressions in 2026. And we have travel partners as well, like Brightline and Delta, who cover Immerse on their digital platforms, as well as their in-flight and onboard publications. And the best part is it's no charge to us. They believe in what we're doing and they recognize it as a value to their riders, both in air and on land. Immerse's history is a fantastic foundation for the continued quality and longevity of the festival. Again, we were just a group of artists with no money, with no sound, no lights, no permits, no permission, just a big idea. And that first year, Thomas Chapman, who ran the Downtown Development Board, heard what we were doing, and he said, here's a check for $4,000 to help you keep going. Over the last decade and a half nearly, we've grown the event to a $2 million annual budget, and we're matching that by 50% with incredible partners from the private sector, foundations, and beyond. As we scale to $4.5 million festival that truly is that global destination experience, will continue that history of matching. We have a history of proven funding from those diversified sources, public, private, corporate, philanthropic, and of course earned revenue. While the event is free for most of our guests, we also are looking for continued ways to generate earned revenue. We've been fiscally responsible with independent annual financial audits and stewarding various grants over the last decade and a half. And we have great operational experience to create a safe, fun, compelling, and growing event. The process, planning, financial, and operational readiness is well underway. We have an incredible board, many of whom are here today representing, with representation from Visit Orlando, Orlando Economic Partnership, the private sector, legal representation, and of course, artists and community leaders. Our staff, Melissa Marshall, the executive director of Creative City Project, who produces the festival, has been with the organization since the beginning. Josh Mora is the newest addition to our team, who is the director of strategic partnerships after a long career in the industry and 8 years working with Full Sail and creating partnerships with Apple, ESPN, iHeartMedia, Microsoft, NBC Universal, Univision, and dozens more. Our planning and permitting process is in continual process because we're doing the festival on an annual basis. We have an achievable timeline with, as you can see, a fantastic project team. We are in constant communication with the city of Orlando and have a strong history and collaboration with police, fire, safety, transportation, permitting. We're ensuring that these permits, plans, and approvals are well underway, and you can see the support from the Director of Placemaking for the city of Orlando, Sherry Gutch, who recognizes that we're in continual collaboration for the success of Immerse and the city as a whole. We're in a strong place for bringing financial partners to the table with long-standing partnerships like our presenting partners at Advent Health, partners for more than 10 years with OUC and Massey Services, new partners coming to the table all the time, a 50% match with past funding, and sometimes up to 100% match with our cultural tourism funding. We're in a strong financial place to be able to continue to grow the festival. In all, we have more than 200 community partners representing tourism, business, municipalities, nonprofits, foundations, economic development, and of course, our incredible arts community. We are of economic benefit. We generate tax revenue. Immerse has paid out millions of dollars to creative professionals. Immerse has paid out millions of dollars to creative professionals. As Vicki shared yesterday, Immerse's annual economic impact has grown to more than $10 million a year. Our existing and increased tourism industry partners drive sales tax growth. You can see that Orlando Economic Partnership includes Immerse as they're going out into the world and attracting businesses to Central Florida. Right here is a screenshot of the inclusion of Immerse in Orlando's Amazon HQ2 proposal. When they went out to say, Amazon, come to Central Florida, make your second headquarters here. Immerse was part of that pitch, and it continues to be as economic development continues to happen in Orange County. We are positioned this way because we're a notable large-scale project preferred by high-wage and high-quality employers. Creating that kind of cultural vitality in the downtown core is essential to creating an environment where people not only want to visit, but live, where they want to live out their lives with their families and their professional lives. Immerse also supports high-wage jobs directly, with $1.16 million paid out to artists and creative professionals in 2026. And as we continue to grow the event, that number will reach $3.5 million by 2036. Here you can see that those budget categories are supporting salaries, benefits, artist payments, and technicians and production staff. And our payments to our event staff and artists and technicians meet or exceed that $25 an hour wage from the MIT Living Wage Calculator. Of course, we have incredible partnerships with the tourism sector, hosting many extended stay visitors. Our partner hotels in the heart of downtown were at capacity during Immerse Weekend in 2026. Crown Plaza, a little farther north on the north side of downtown, was at 80%. And Town Place Suites, one of our partner hotels, was able to raise their booking rate by 9% over their normal weekend rate. Sorry, but also that's the goal, right? An Americans for the Arts study shows that cultural tourists are more valuable tourists, spending up to 2 times more than other tourists. This means visitors to Immerse drive sales tax growth through higher visitor spending. Commissioner Simrad and other commissioners held a press conference at the beginning of this process, and they said, how can we invest these TDT dollars in things that fit and are qualified, but also benefit our community? And that is exactly what we're doing with Immerse. We are drawing tourists from around the world and transforming Central Florida as a place known as Creative City USA, while also platforming artists, helping local businesses, and entertaining and engaging residents so that they call Orlando home. Thank you so much, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for questions. Sergio?
Thank you so much for such an engaging, mind-blowing presentation, really. I have a question for you. So I see in your application that you have selected the promotion and advertising of tourism in Orange County as the reason why you would be eligible for this funding. There's been some discussion in the board about who are the entities that are qualified to promote tourism in Orange County. And there's an idea only Visit Orlando is qualified because they are the marketing professionals. Do you think that you can do a better job than Visit Orlando when it comes to marketing a cultural event like this? And why should we award this money to an organization like yours rather than just putting more money on Visit Orlando?
Great question. Love Visit Orlando. Grateful for their partnership. And they are a partner. I'll direct you to this chart in the middle of the bottom section of this slide. These are auction insights, data from Google directly. And here you can see Experience Kissimmee, Orlando at Play, several other websites, including Visit Orlando and Universal Orlando, and the performance of those ads on the Google platform. And you can see our blue dot rests above all of the others. We're not in competition with Visit Orlando, but we also have award-winning marketing campaigns that are extremely valuable and high-performing.
Thank you. Tina?
And this may be, I don't know if this is for staff, but or for the applicant. Okay. In the application, on page 5 of the application, it says TDD funding received in the last 10 years, see list attachment. I didn't see a list attachment to it, so if that's not attached, then maybe the applicant can explain what they got in the last years. Sure.
All right, so we've had 5 years of blockbuster funding starting in 2018. 18 was 200,000, 19 was 400,000, and then 2021, a gap year with the pandemic, we were at 800,000. We are in our 3rd year with a blockbuster award. It's a 5-year program, but contingent upon whether or not buckets continue to have money in them, which is Side note, a reason why we're here asking for dedicated funding. For cultural tourism, I'm going to be rusty on the numbers, but we started in 2016 at $60,000 and then have had cultural tourism throughout the years. We are now at 190.
Adding to that, just so that we can clarify on the no double dipping, because it may be going through your mind. So the funding that we receive through cultural tourism is distinctly different than the funding that we receive for Immerse. So the cultural tourism funding goes to support other programming that Creative City Project creates across the county throughout the year. So none of that cultural tourism funding is used for Immerse. Secondarily, related to the Blockbuster Fund, as Melissa indicated, it is contingent funding based on several factors. So it is not annual dedicated funding. We love our relationship with the county, and we are so grateful for the existing funding, but it is not dedicated funding. And so this would be dedicated funding. We would also, for the remainder of that Blockbuster grant, return those. We don't actually have not received them, but we would release those funds for redistribution to other events and arts organizations.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. And then this is just for the one event, not for all the other stuff you do.
Correct. This is for Immerse only, and it supports the 3-day festival as well as several months of art activations across downtown. As we continue to expand, we'll work with other municipalities and Main Street districts to also bring artistic activations to those communities as well, allowing those months around the festival to really be a community-wide celebration.
Thank you.
Cole, your application request is for 22.5. Is how many years is it you're hoping that this will cover the event?
So that's the next 10 years of funding at an even distribution of $2.25 million annually.
Great, thank you.
Or we could do 2.5, whatever you want.
Mr. Callan, I see you.
Could I ask? Oh, excuse me. Is this a request that you could take to ARC?
So I think what was presented earlier in the week is that ARC's funding and what we have experienced historically is for capital projects only. So I think, Vicki, if I'm kind of looking at you and she's shaking her head yes. So those are specifically dedicated funds to capital build projects.
My question would be, I'm kind of old, getting older. When is the Immerse Festival?
No problem. It happens every February. It's the next to last weekend in February. All of that information is at immersefest.com, where you can see lots of information about the festival, including the dates there.
Mr. Baga?
Thank you so much for the great presentation as well. I'm just wondering, I'm thinking of other festivals, frankly, some that I've even traveled to, like Gasparilla, all these other sort of kind of renowned festivals people travel for. Do you have any idea how much of those receive public funding in order to put those on?
So we have done several case studies of festivals that are more cultural-oriented festivals around the world. Let's see where these slides are. So we've done interviews with a festival in Guadalajara, Mexico, called Jere Luz. That's an annual festival. They receive about what would be equivalent to about $3 million annually for that festival. We've had interviews with the festival in Montreal. That's the Winter Festival there. They also receive millions of dollars annually. And I will say that there's a vast difference between what Immerse is or what these festivals are here, where 80, 90, 100% of the audience is mostly coming for free, and something like, help me out, throw out a music festival. Coachella, where people are paying $6,000 to go. So there is kind of a different mission. One of them is, exists to generate lots of revenue for the owners. This is a nonprofit organization that's looking to provide a destination experience for residents and visitors. So it is a mix. There are festivals around the world that receive millions of dollars annually from public funding, but they would be more akin to these types of festivals that are, community oriented.
Thank you so much.
We have time for more questions if there are other questions. I see them now. Chris Mayer.
Thank you. Quick question just for staff. Is that correct about the ARC? It's just infrastructure, or can they use it for the event?
So under the ordinance that enabled the ARC, they can do it for either events or capital, but what has happened is in the prior ARC funding windows, they've determined that they only want applicants to apply for capital. So that's why it's been limited to that in the past.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sarah Badri.
So just to piggyback on Chris's question, and I don't see Vicky anymore. Dang it. Oh, okay. Hi, Dean. Hi, friend. Okay, so the request that we got for ARC earlier this week was for $75 to $100 million. Can you remind us if that was just for capital projects, or is that going to be another determination by your board or committee if it's going to be also for events?
Thank you for the question. It would be funding for the ARC committee overall, and it's certainly the purview of the ARC to vote to develop and open an events application window should that be their pleasure.
Thank you, Ms. Landon.
Thank you.
I will add, just from personal experience, that we have attempted to walk down that road several times unsuccessfully. So that, while it may be an option, that option has never been opened to event organizers.
Thank you. Chris again.
Yeah, just a follow-up. Along those lines of ARC, this is again for staff, but when are those windows open? Is it once a year? How, I understand you guys have been unsuccessful in the past. I'm just curious, trying to understand when they can make the application, because this request is for 10 years, so trying to think that through.
So the application window depends on when the board actually awards funding, and then if the board awards more funding for ARC and agrees to a certain fiscal year window, ARC would then need to decide when they want to open that window, and we would work with senior staff on that. And just, it's not a set time period, in other words, so it kind of depends on when the money is there. But it will be advertised to applicants similar to this, hopefully with a longer time window.
Okay. No, thank you. And I think that kind of helps clarify, because this ask helps you guys plan for, the long term, and the money's there and set. Okay. Thank you.
That is another conversation we've had with ARC, is that it's not necessarily a mechanism that's set up for an annual funding basis.
Great question. Thank you very much. Amazing
Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate it.
I'll hand it over now to my co-chair.
Well, do we want to get an early start on lunch, or do you want to, it's 12:05, 12:15.
Do you want lunch for 30 minutes, or take a little bit longer?
Let's take a little bit longer. Let's break for lunch and be back here at...
Wait. Do you want to see if that's something you want to do?
Okay, I'm supposed to ask you if you really want to go to lunch now.
Could we take a vote and continue to plow forward?
Raise your hands if you want to go to lunch now and have an extra 10 minutes. Oh, well, what do the rest of you want to do?
If I could just chime in, you've got a published agenda with times on it, so to the extent anybody from the public wants to be here for the Florida Museum of History, they'll be here at 12:45 for that. So in the event you're thinking of doing that early before lunch, I just wanted to point that out.
We can go early, but we can't come back early. In other words, lunch is scheduled on my agenda for 12:15 to 12:45. And at 12:45, we have another presentation. So we have to be back at 12:45. But Orange County TV is not worried about our lunch. So if we want to break now for lunch, I will entertain that suggestion.
Let's go ahead and head to lunch.
Okay, we're breaking for lunch. Thanks to everyone for being prompt in your return to the afternoon's work. Our final presenter today is Florida State Representative Bruce Antone, who is going to talk to us about the Florida Museum of History project that he has for us. Thank you so much for being here with us.
All righty. Thank you all for having me, and thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Chairman. I am Bruce Antone, also known as State Representative Bruce Antone. Electrical engineering degree. Some years ago, I sold black art. I had my own black art gallery. Worked at IBM. I was a marketeer, systems engineer. I was actually a marketing specialist for application development and artificial intelligence as far back as 1987. So I was the regional specialist for artificial intelligence way back then. I am probably the longest serving legislator in the Florida House of Representatives and maybe in the Senate at this point in time. So I just got reelected for the 9th time, my 3rd separate time in the legislature. And I am probably the Democrat that's been able to work across the aisle and get the most done. So in instances some years ago, Bethune-Cookman was about to close. They needed a whole lot of money, and I was able to go get a $30.4 million appropriation, which is recurring every year to keep that school closed. Some years ago, Florida A&M University needed $25 million to build a 80,000 square foot building. And so I was able to go get that money. I was able to get an extra $10 million in operational funds for Valencia State College. And then I also have the honor of being able to create a state holiday for the Tuskegee Airmen. And I was able to designate almost 300 miles of Interstate 10 from Alabama all the way to Lake City as the Tuskegee Airmen Commemoration Highway. So I said all that to say, I think you need to know who I am and that I'm able to work across the aisle. And so when it comes time to go back to Tallahassee and get money for this museum, I'm that guy. I'm that Democrat. I can work across the aisle. I can get money. And so 4 years ago, I came up with this vision for this museum, and I actually call it the Metropolitan Museum of History, Florida History, Black History at Orange County. And so I came up with this vision, and I passed a bill that created a task force, the Florida Museum of Black History Task Force. And it was supposed to choose a location for a Black History Museum, a huge Black History Museum. I thought that I had it set up perfectly to go in Orange County in Eatonville, but the Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives decided he wanted it in his district. And so we've been going at this thing for about 4 years, right? And so it has not been designated for St. Augustine. There's nothing in the statute. That was just a recommendation. And so back in 2023, locally I'd been promised $30 million for this museum. I went to Governor DeSantis and I said, hey man, I got $30 million for this museum. What can you do? He said, I'll give you 30, but you got to come up with 60. And I said, you put your 30 with my 30, we got 60. But we got caught up in the politics, and so we never got to the point of an appropriation. But this thing did gain all sorts of national attention. I probably did 100 interviews, TV, radio, newspaper, podcast, but this thing generated all sorts of interest across the nation. So with that said, what am I here to talk about today? I am here to ask this committee to make a recommendation of $50 million investment in building a world-class history museum. Not a Black History Museum, but a Florida History Museum, a Black History Museum, and a museum that deals with migration of Caribbean people, Cubans, Mexicans to the state of Florida. If you've ever been to the Ellis Island National Immigration Museum, you'll know what I'm talking about. But we've had just a huge influx of immigrants into this state, and they've all had very influential and impactful impact on the state of Florida. And so again, I am asking for a $50 million investment in designing, planning, and building a Florida History Museum. It'll probably cost about $75 million. I believe I can get $10 or $15 million appropriation from the state of Florida. And then once I get everything set up, the 501c3 public benefiting art museum, nonprofit tax-exempt organization in place, get the mayor of Orlando, Orange County on board, get the corporations on board. We can put together a board of directors. We can put together a board of trustees, what have you. Pick fundraisers, choose fundraisers. We can get the ball rolling. In terms of a location, and I'm going to say this, my museum is not an Eatonville museum. This is a museum for Orange County. So I'm not competing with the other two folks to put something in Eatonville. This can go anywhere. And so there are a number of potential locations around the county. There's a vacant grocery store at the corner of Kirkman Road and Highway 50. It has about 50, 60,000 square feet. There's a empty J.C. Penney's at Fashion Square. There's a empty Belk Lindsay at West Oaks Mall, and there are some other locations around here. And so this museum that I'm talking about is 60,000 square feet of exhibit space. I'm not talking about a building with just 60,000 square feet, but exhibit space. This building is about the size of 60,000 square feet. And so that's how big this museum would be. But in this museum, it would have a 250-seat, let me go forward. It would have a 250-seat theater, 500-car parking solution, which might be flat parking lot, parking garage. It would have a 250-seat banquet hall with a banquet kitchen in there. It would have a food court on the outside that kind of wraps around as a porch, or maybe the food court goes on the roof. But we will make sure that we optimize the space in this particular museum. This Metropolitan Museum of History would not compete with the other museums here, would not compete with the tourist attractions. It would complement what we already have. And by the way, the Orlando Art Museum has 80,000 square feet. I believe this museum can probably attract the first year easily 200,000 people. And that's based on the traffic that goes to other large museums across the country. The NASA Visitors Center has 2 million visitors a year. Ellis Island has 1.6 million visitors a year. The Smithsonian Museum has 1.6 million visitors a year. There's a legacy museum in Montgomery, Alabama, which is off the beaten path, deals with slavery, civil rights. It gets 500,000 visitors a year. And then the Dr. King Center in Atlanta gets 650,000 visitors a year. And then I would also have like a 3,000, 5,000 square foot exhibit area available for traveling exhibits. And so you bring in these world-class exhibits, and those exhibits, in fact, bring in additional folks themselves. In terms of what would be the return on this particular museum, I believe we could get an extra 100,000 bed nights, meaning folks would either come in a day early to see this museum. They would schedule a day in the middle of their business trip or vacation trip to see the museum, or they would stay an extra day. So that might be families, business travelers. You've got groups coming from the convention center that do after-hours entertainment. You have the 75 million tourists that already come to Orlando. We could pull from there, and all we got to do is pull about 0.5% of all of those folks, and we could have 500 to 750,000 people here a day. Tourists, when they stay an extra day, they probably spend $250 to $400. So you do the math on that, 250 the 400 times 100,000 bed nights, you got $25 million in revenue spending. Over 5 years, now you got a 2-to-1 return on investment. If you get up to 200,000 extra bed nights, now you've got about $50 million a year. And forgive me for being nervous here, about $50 million a year extra spending times 5 years, that's $250 million. That's a 5-to-1 return on your investment. But this museum, this would actually drive folks. This would actually attract folks to Orlando. It'd be like a shiny penny. It might be like Kraken at SeaWorld, Harry Potter, Epic at Universal, Disney's new world of animation. This museum would draw folks in. Just like the Obama Library opened up, that draws folks to it. If you've ever been to the Smithsonian African American Museum in D.C., it draws folks in. The Ellis Island Museum, it draws folks in. That is what this museum would do. And man, I'm trying to get through a whole lot of stuff here because I got about an hour's worth of material because we're asking for $50 million, right? So I thought we needed a detailed plan. So I've got details. And so in the packet I left you, if you go to the back, you'll see all that. So one other thing here. Here's going to be the biggest difference between what I'm proposing and what the other two are proposing for a museum. My building, I'm saying mine, but my proposal, it's not my building, because it'll be owned by a nonprofit, and this would be a public museum open to the public. It would have 60,000 square feet of exhibit space. That means 4 history displays curated by experts, museum designers, what have you. So if I had a 30,000 square foot facility, 2 stories, guess what I got to do? I got to account for the hallway out there, that space. I got to account for the reception area out there, that's about 1,000 feet. I got to account for the elevators. I got to account for the stairwells. I got to account for space for the classrooms, presentation space, a room like this in the museum. So if you had a 30,000 square foot facility, by the time you account for all of that stuff, public space, support space, and exhibit space, you're down about 15,000 feet left in the museum. The reason why I'm not talking about the Eatonville Museum, because there's not enough history in Eatonville, and there's not enough Zora Neale history to fill up a museum. For the Gen X, Gen Z folks, they have no idea what Eatonville is, what or who Zora Neale Hurston is. So after about a year or two, that would fall off. This museum would create a moment. It would create an experience. And like I say, it would probably have 16 different galleries in there, and it would be blacks and women in space, and we're talking about astronauts, blacks and women in the military, and there's no museums around like either of those two I just mentioned. The Tuskegee Airmen, there's a whole lot of history right there. Black inventors, black scientists, and we saw that movie Hidden Figures, right? But this would also have Florida history. So the Florida Museum of History in Tallahassee has been closed for the past 3 years and probably is going to be closed for another year. What better place to put Florida's history than here in Orlando? And so then we could talk about the impact and the history of tourism, Disney World, SeaWorld, people coming down for the beach, what have you. Henry Flagler, who was a philanthropist, who was a capitalist, who single-handedly changed agriculture and tourism on the east coast of Florida with his railroad. So we could do so many things with this museum, but again, this would be a museum that I figure is a community project. It is not my project. I'm asking for a commitment to a community project to build a Florida Museum of History at Orange County. And so again, I would seek input from the mayors, from Disney, Universal, SeaWorld. They know something about exhibits. They know something about presenting things in a big way. We could really make this thing a huge success. And again, I'm going to just go back to something. I do not have a location yet, but we can get there in 180 days. Because if you come up with a $50 million check, somebody's going to come find you with a deal. I got some land, I got a building. We'll make this work for you, Representative Antone. And so as I close out, and I should have gone through the PowerPoint, this last thing, this is what this museum could look like. That is a 1-story, 400 feet by 200-foot museum. And that's 80,000 square feet. That is what the floor plan would look like. And when I talked about support space, public space, exhibit space, all of that has to be factored into the size of your building. So again, 80,000 feet, I might use up 20,000 feet on classrooms, hallways, elevators, what have you. But I got 60,000 feet left. If I'm starting with 30,000 foot building and I put all those support and public spaces in place, I don't have a 15,000 feet left. And so I'm going to close with this. I'm asking for a $50 million investment in a world-class museum to build a 60 to 80,000 square foot facility with all kinds of history. It's going to be a moment. It's going to be an experience. It's going to promote tourism. It's going to bring folks to Orlando, Orange County. They will stay an extra night, and they will spend some money. I think it's the best investment you all can make if you're going to invest some money in a museum. And you have to do a museum right. You got to do it right. None of the projects are shovel ready. They're all 2, 3, and 4 years away. It's going to take time. So I'm down to 55 seconds, and I believe it's best to stop while I'm ahead. Oh, and I'll create 150 jobs doing construction, and I'll create 120 permanent jobs once the museum is open with a payroll of $6.1 million. Summer camps, weekend camps, art, history. And my partner is here somewhere, Mr. Joseph McMullen, who's with HAPCO. He's my partner on this. And I talked about the governance controls, so I think I covered everything. I will stop. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now take questions from our task force members.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. Love the visual as well as the explanation of what this museum will be about. As a resident of Eatonville, what stands out to me, and I do want to acknowledge that there's an opportunity for other locations, but just going with the application, what stands out to me the most is that the ideal location for the construction would be on the historic Hungerford property. And from my understanding of what's going on in our town is that as it stands, Dr. Phillips Charities must build a museum on that property as part of their sale agreement with OCPS. So my question is there any conversation with the town as far as them committing to providing land for this development to happen? That's question one.
Ooh, that's a great question. So the contract between Dr. Phillips and Orange County Public Schools says they would set aside 3 to 5 acres of land for a museum. And on multiple occasions, Dr. Phillips has told the town of Eatonville that they would have to come up with the money and the plan and the design for the museum. I met with Dr. Phillips 3 times. I met with the town of Eatonville twice, the mayor. I met with the CRA over there twice. I've met with Preserve Eatonville community twice. Nobody wanted to partner. Nobody wanted to do anything together. So what I'm saying, here's an opportunity to help the town out by bringing a world-class museum to the town, right? And if they wanted to sell their land, they bought it for $142,000 an acre. I'd be willing to pay them $300,000 an acre to build this museum there, because this would help their project. This would help the Dr. Phillips project. It would make it a grander project, and it would bring tourists to the town of Eatonville. I hope I answered your question.
You did, and I appreciate that. I do know that you have been advocating to get a museum to Eatonville for a while. My second question, you kind of went into it, but just for clarity, if one of the other projects are awarded and you are not, are you willing to come back and try again to collaborate with them to make this happen?
Another great question. There's always a consultation fee. Because this is where I started 4 years ago. These are documents I put together, and actually I gave these documents to Mr. Terry Prater in 2023, and that's what he used to put together the presentation to the Black History Task Force in Tallahassee. But yeah, I'd certainly be willing to work with him. I said consultation. None of us do anything for free. But this is worth money right here, because this is a plan. It's an executable plan. And this shows you that in terms of designing a museum, I'm probably 2 years ahead of everybody else. And again, I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Doug?
Mr. Antone, thank you very much for your presentation. So obviously, you've done a lot of work here. There are two questions I have. One is, somewhere buried in this anywhere, is there an actual return on investment from a bed nights or overnight people that you think are going to be here as a result of this being built anywhere in Orange County?
Yes, and that should be in that folder thing I gave you.
I didn't see it when I went through it.
Yeah, it'll be there. But I would say I expect at least, at a minimum, 100,000 extra bed nights. Now, Dr. Phillips says they would expect 30,000, but I believe we can get 100,000.
Okay.
Just based on projections of other communities. And so again, 250 times $400 is the amount of spending that an extra 100,000 bed nights. And those would be from out of town. I'm sorry.
Okay, my second part of the question is, looking at all the renderings and everything you show, it's a pretty impressive building. How confident are you that $50 million is going to build that and $75 million is going to be the total investment? I don't think that's anywhere near realistic for what you're showing here.
All right, so let's base that on a couple of things. I mentioned the $24.8 million appropriation I got for Florida A&M University, and they built an 80,000 square foot building off of that, and this would be an 80,000 square foot. I have in my proposal somewhere $500 a square foot, and I got that figure from Dr. Phillips that it would cost $500 a square foot. So when you look at what it would cost for me to build mine, we're talking to build this museum, $833 per square foot. The other proposal is $1,333 a square foot for a building half the size of this. I'm confident that we can build it for this amount because I've taken into account the actual construction costs, the engineering costs, the soft costs for a special climate control AC system, plus the $15 to $20 million that it would take to acquire all the history, the artifacts, and everything that goes in here. I hope I'm answering your question. Is that satisfactory?
Fred Robinson.
Representative Anton, I personally want to thank you, being the Vice President of Chief Master Sergeant Richard R. Hall, Jr., Tuskegee Airmen, Central Florida Chapter, for everything that you did working across the aisles, for the vote to go to 115 to nothing unopposed, and then co-sponsored 115 to nothing unopposed, and it walked right through the House. We are the first state in the United States that had Tuskegee Airmen Commemoration Day as a state holiday. My question to you would be, how soon or what period of time would it take for you to complete your project?
To give you the best possible answer, I would say 2.5 to 3 years. This is not something that can be rushed because you've got to bring in designers, curators, museum architects, what have you. Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you.
Tina?
Tina. Yeah, I've kind of been consistent in my questioning of the projects that don't have a site identified, is because of the time and process. In your presentation, you talked about that there were vacant buildings. Are you intending to put it temporarily in a vacant building, or, and then what is, I think I struggle with that one because land development process is so painful. And
Right.
just, how are you really going to get there?
Right. This would be a permanent location. So it seemed like I saw that J.C. Penney's was offering to lease their property for $4 per square foot, right? Times 60,000 square feet or times 80,000 square feet. That's probably anywhere from $2.5 million to $3 million a year, right? But if you went in with a 10, 20-year long-term lease, you could probably get that reduced much more, and I hope I'm answering your question. But in this case, because of the scope of this project and because I'm saying this is a community project, I think it would be best left to the Board of Trustees or the Board of Directors for the museum organization to decide where is the best location. But I will say this is not a project, a museum. If you spend $40 million or $50 million or $60 million, this is not something you can rush. If you want to do it right and get visitors and return visitors, it's going to take time. You have to have the right location, and ideally we would try to place this as close to the tourist corridor as possible. Follow on? Didn't answer it?
No, because I'm just, I guess I'm struggling with that you don't have a site. So, you're asking us to vest in an idea, which is an amazing idea. I'm not, disqualifying that. But I've just been struggling with this in all the presentations, and I don't understand how you get past that. I feel like you've got to be a little more in it. I don't know. I just wish I understood more the plan. So I apologize that I'm not understanding. So.
Thank you, Tina.
And again, I would just say this. If there was a commitment of $50 million folks with land and buildings would find me. They would find the board, and they would have a deal ready. And then again, it would be up to the tax-exempt organization that's set up to choose the best location. And again, I hope that helps a little bit. But I understand your concern, and it's a valid concern.
Mr. Representative, if I might seek a clarification, once you have a location, you would anticipate that the building would be owned by a municipality and run by a nonprofit? Yes?
Yes. That's how I envision it. If it were to go and say Eatonville, maybe the town of Eatonville owns it, but the nonprofit actually runs it, and maybe the city is contracted with the nonprofit, or Orange County would own it, but ideally a municipality would own the museum.
Thank you. Ella Wood?
Thank you. Like most of us, I think, Representative, I appreciate your years and political work into this vision of having a museum here. I wondered, do you have partnerships with universities, exhibits, people with museum design expertise, people from the arts or cultural tourism world who are involved with this, or you have agreements with? Or is that similar to the site? Is that a vision that you'd secure?
That is still a ways off, but when I initially started talking about this, the Florida Architects Association of Florida came to me. They met with me in my office and said, Bruce, we'll be willing to do whatever we can to help you with drawings, architectural plans, what have you. Universities have expressed interest in working with me. People have come up, man, we'd be willing to help you if this becomes a reality. And so the commitment will come after it became a reality. And I hope I'm answering your question.
Yeah, thank you. And so this list of exhibit ideas and these designs, is this from you, or does this come out of any of those groups or these partnerships?
You're talking about this?
Yeah, in this presentation.
That's actually artificial intelligence drawing. I told them what I wanted, and it drew it. And so I wanted to make sure I came in here with some type of rendering so you could at least visualize what we could possibly do. And I think there's another rendering. That's what it would look like on the inside. Now, those are real museums there. And so with the right curators, the right museum architects, man, we could do some amazing things. And again, I hope I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I was wondering more about the list of exhibits in your application. Are these ideas, or have you identified, assets or, museum resources that could create these exhibits?
Okay, that's another great question. So when I came up with this idea in 2023, I flew up to Washington, D.C. and met with then Bill Nelson, who was the director of NASA, to say, man, you've got all this doggone history regarding astronauts, man. We could form a partnership, right? And we could create a museum within a museum. I reached out to the Department of Defense. You've got all this history on women and blacks, and all of it sits in archives. So how about an opportunity to actually put it out in a public setting, right? Florida A&M University has the Meek Eaton Archives Research Center, which is probably the largest black archives in the Southeast. We've spoken with the president about potentially relocating that to Orlando, because in Tallahassee, ain't nobody going to Tallahassee, right? Just like ain't nobody going to go to Eatonville unless you put something nice there. Eatonville is a nice place. It's a historic place. I'm not trying to downplay it, but you got to give folks a reason to go there. And so the Meek Eaton Archives in Tallahassee is great. It'd be even greater here. Am I helping?
Okay. Sarah, did you have a question? Okay, we'll do Vance first. And Vance, please keep it short so that Sarah can get hers in.
Yeah. Thank you for your service. Thanks for all you do. My question is this. So it seems like there's, like 3 or 4 entities that really want to see a museum being built. Okay? And at the end of the day, it's about getting that information out. It's about really what these tax dollars can do to bring back money to the community and everything like that. I know you have a vision, everybody has a vision, but at the end of the day, again, it's about what the message is. Have you thought about creating a committee through the town of Edenville that would consist of yourself or your office, NY and her group, the city of Edenville, Dr. Phillips, and really just all four of y'all pulling this apart? Because I could see this museum happening, and you would have area just for Zora that would be a permanent fixture in that museum. Have you thought about that? And if you have not, would that be something you would be willing to go and talk
Yes, sir.
to the city?
Yeah, I am open to doing that again. And like I said, I met with representatives from Dr. Phillips 3 times. I met with the mayor of Edenville. I went to the town council meeting back in March or April and said, I'm going to make another run at this museum. If you want to partner with me, let's do this, right? And I met with NY and Theory twice just last week, seeing if we could find some middle ground. But yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Can I let Sarah get her question?
Hi, Representative Antone. Good to see you. I work closely with you in that 2023 effort, and I do want to say thank you so much for your work on HB 1441 to create the task force for the Florida Museum of Black History. Obviously not an easy thing to do and a very uphill battle. You are going back to Tallahassee next year. Do you foresee, obviously you're asking for TDT funds, do you think there will be state funding to leverage with local dollars to create a museum like this? Do you foresee that?
I believe so, and I have letters of support from Senator Tracy Davis, who was my Senate sponsor, Senator Osgood, Senator Chevron Jones, Representative Fenton Driscoll, Representative Joanna Lopez, Representative Yvonne Henson, and 3 or 4 more folks. So I have a team that's willing to work with me, and we're going to go get those dollars. We're going to make it happen. Now that Paul Renner, who's the speaker, is no longer the speaker, I'm not fighting against him anymore. And so we start over in November with a new governor. And if this becomes a community project, then we could have both mayors pushing the governor to fund this. And there's other groups that will be willing to step in and lobby the governor and the legislators to make this happen. And to get a sizable appropriation of $10 or $15 million to complement what this would, what I would get from here. Did I answer your question?
Thank you, sir. That completes the presentation and the question and answer period. So I will turn this back over to my co-chairman.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you to all of our presenters today and to this committee for your questions so far. Well, now it is time to open the floor for member comments.
No, you're fine.
Kim, I see your question.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I'm just so excited that we have these opportunities that we have. I know what we're dealing with is kind of an imperfect system, but we have some lemons, some good lemons, and there's going to be some delicious lemonade. But I have an elephant in the room question. I just feel like I need to know how much money we're actually looking at as the excess, because what I think is bothering me the most is that we have a lot of great projects, but I don't want to put a great project that we don't have money for in front of a project that's realistic. So my question is not to be a wise guy or anything, but I would like to know what kind of dollars we're dealing with so that maybe we can reflect in the rankings that we understand that we don't have $500 million or whatever the number is. I don't know. So that's my question, and I hope that it will illuminate things for other people too, because I think we're all wondering.
This is a question for staff.
Whoever can answer it. I don't know who has the answer, or if we even have
I guess that would be me. I spoke with them. First, I should start by saying Mayor Deming's surgery went very well yesterday. And he's recovering. He's going home today, and he's recovering. And we talked about this topic before he went into surgery, and it's probably something that we'll address next week when he's more able to continue the conversation. So I'm taking note of your request, and we'll pass that along.
Thank you, Kim. Mr. Baga.
This is more just a personal note. I was just really heartened and excited to see some of these cultural institutions, whether or not we decide to fund them or not. I am thrilled to see that energy in this community. I say that in part because, I know a lot of you are parents and maybe on different parts of that parent journey. I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. And I've spent a lot of this summer traveling, going to museums. Everything from children's museums. I was in Chicago this past weekend. I went to the new Obama Presidential Center. I also had conferences. I'm an attorney. I go to a lot of legal conferences. And we end up adding 1 or 2 days to those stays in whatever city we're in to go to museums. And so I'm excited to see that energy in the community. And I'm really interested in looking at some of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Clinton.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to reflect or take a moment to reflect on, we're eventually going to rank these projects with the rubric that we've been provided. And in that, and this happened in the last series when we did this in 2023, there was contemplation on the return on investment as it relates to how it impacts working people and the jobs that this actually creates. And just by and large, the observation is that we have not heard any specifics at all from any presentation about a standard, whether that be for a minimum wage or health care allotment or retirement. Certainly haven't heard the word union. And respect and dignity on the job is part of our return on our investment. So I'm saying this as members of our committee is that, this money comes from a low-wage industry. We sometimes, I hear these things in Orlando about, we need high-tech jobs and better-paying jobs. That's true. That's true, but to not also say that we need to make the low-wage jobs, the hospitality jobs, better, I think sometimes we have an identity crisis and a lack of recognition that we are a hospitality town that has 450,000 jobs based on the numbers we heard at the beginning of this presentation last week or 2 weeks ago. I'd urge the members of the committee to think about, okay, if this creates 35 jobs at a new facility that are part-time, pay minimum wage, don't provide health care, don't provide fairness in scheduling work hours or anything else that comes along with a good job. And look, construction jobs are important and project labor agreements and minimum standards for that are good, but they're temporary. The permanent jobs, the ushers, the food and beverage workers, the ushers, the ticket takers, those are the returns on the investments that I would really urge our committee to think about how we consider these projects as we move forward. So thank you for indulging me on those comments. I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Christopher Mayer.
Now hit it? There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a statement and then kind of a question for staff. First off, I think we had some really fantastic presentations today. Every group that we saw and heard from put a lot of effort and work into their presentation and was very thoughtful. And you could tell the passion was really coming through from each of these groups and really appreciate that. And, part of me wishes we could fund it all, right? Every bit. And that was kind of my thought on this is that as we're sitting through these, we are tasked with what is the best ROI, what's the best use of these funds that goes into back into the community that helps fund more tourism and more tax revenue, and just improves our community. There's lots of things that we'd love to do with this money. I know a lot of us would love to do some things outside the box. We're bound by the Florida statute, so we've got to do what's best to kind of operate in that box. But I, as I was kind of thinking about this, I just wanted to make sure that I understood it clearly, because there's so many of these groups we want to fund. But if and when we prioritize these groups and we say, okay, this is who's going to get what money, or the recommendation to the BOCC, the groups that we don't recommend approval for or to advance, to be sure on this, they can go back at any point and step through the process with the TDC and the BOCC. Is that correct? I just wanted to verify that we're not saying, hey, go put this on the shelf and come back in 3 years or the next time this task force comes around. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that and I'm understanding it correctly.
So I'll respond to that. I think yes and no. Some of these projects, to the extent they are capital projects and there is an ARC window open and ARC is restricting to capital, then some of these may be able to go through ARC depending on the dollar figure and whether or not they qualify. There isn't a standalone process where somebody's just going to go to TDC and BCC. It has to have some sort of frontline interaction with a county committee or Vicky's shop before they do that. So your comment is well taken, and I understand where you're trying to go with that, but they would need to have some sort of opportunity through one of our other funding boards before they would make it to TDC and Board of County Commissioners. So, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, so they'd have to go through the ARC committee or one of those steps. What if it's one of those what if it's one of these projects that's in our bucket over 20 million, let's just say it's a couple $100 million. What is the process for them if they find out, one of these groups comes back, has the funding or has a site selected, something that maybe we're going to ding them on, but next year they're ready to go and it's a $200 million ask. Is there a mechanism for them to step through the process, or do they have to wait for the next task force?
At this moment, at that dollar figure, no, but keep in mind that anyone can approach county administration, anyone can approach the mayor and say, I have this massive project I want to do for $200 million. It doesn't fit into any of your other buckets that I can go into. Is this something that county administration is willing to consider? And that's something that you could certainly present to the board independent of any other process if that's what county administration wanted to do.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure they weren't 100% locked out, precluded from trying to revisit this, because I think that's something that a lot of us are struggling with. If we say no, we don't want everybody sitting on the sidelines for 3, 4, 5 years.
Can I give you an example? So, and a few of you were on last time, and the Manello presented, and you gave a lot of really good feedback, and then they went to ARC, and they eventually got some money from ARC, who gave them more feedback. And they'll probably come back again to ARC, they got some of their funding, and they might come back. But that's part of the input that you will provide, is just being a normal citizen saying, here's where I saw you had some gaps, some things that you need to fix, and for your next application.
Okay, no, thank you for that clarification.
Great question, thank you. Mr. Tom Callan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to the request for capital is interesting, because when you build something, you have to maintain it. You have to put new roofs on it. I know the county, for instance, on the convention center, is in a repair mode for deferred maintenance, spending $900 million for a 5-year window that ends in 2030. So the county's paying catch up on repair and maintenance of the convention center of huge amounts of money that was not funded. And so this past year, in 2025 alone, there was $315 million in capital for repair and maintenance on the convention center, plus another $270 that was in reserves for that. That's part of the county's budget that was approved in 2025. And so when you add another, so then 1A is coming on board at $560 million for 100,000 square feet. Doesn't open until 2029. So my concern, and there's a request for 1B would be another 560. And we all know from sitting around this process that those costs tend to increase by 20% every 3 years. Okay, so my concern is that sitting here today, listening to all these requests for museums and capital, and I consider it an asset, but I also consider it a liability. And it is a liability. And so my concern is going forward, where we're in a digital age where people don't care as much about physical plant, but ideas and of attracting people. I think you can spend money with a TDT on this Immerse program. And by the way, thanks to all the old guys here who came up to me and said they didn't know what it was either. I appreciate that. Quite a few came by and saw it to me. But I do think going forward, to get the best bang for the buck, to really the goals of increasing tourism, hotel rooms, and those kinds of things, that the program that Immerse is talking about or other ones like that really seem to be good programs. Maybe it's a 5-year window versus 10 or whatever. But I really question going forward putting a lot of money into capital programs knowing that we have to pay $1 billion over a 5-year window for the convention center. And we have to be mindful that if you keep on funding all these standalone museums at some point, or performing arts center, whatever they want to do, at some point they're going to come back to you and say, we need money to help maintain it. And so I think in the short term, there is some real value to leveraging our existing assets, which is the convention center, especially when they put $1 billion into it to make it, to refurbish it, which is, and leveraging our existing hotels to attract people here. So those are just kind of a couple of things I have. I'm not going to be our next meeting, unfortunately. I'll appear by phone. But I just sit back and see all these requests for capital dollars, and you have to operate it. You have to pay for it, maintain it, and you have to repair it. And sometimes I don't think and we've all done capital projects at our house that 5 years later we looked at us and said, why did I do that? Why did I do that? So I think you'd have that same situation here. So I just encourage the committee to look real hard at some of these capital projects, extra hard versus the operation, because I think they come with a lot of risks down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Callan. Ella Wood.
Thank you. I have 3 brief comments. I'll be quick. I think one of the other big elephants in the room that we've all run into with a number of these applications is the problems we have with transit infrastructure. And I know that it's come up with a number of these applications, our failings there. It is already hurting our convention business. It's hurting Camping World Stadium. It will hurt this vision of ecotourism. And it doesn't seem fair for us to penalize any of these projects in particular. They're very limited in how they can address that and what they can ask for TDT funding for. But the last time this task force's work, it wrapped up with a great discussion about our many sometimes conflicting ideas about what else we could be doing. And it produced a few recommendations that I know we're told Roseanne, you and Mayor Demings took very seriously and resulted in real work with Tallahassee to figure out where we could go with that. And so that all brings to the top of my mind these questions about, the TIT or TTT, ideas we could take to the state or push the county to explore what's legal under current state law. And it also, to me, brings up this question of what else, aside from Visit Orlando, what are we spending TDT money on now that we could count toward that 40% cap and have a little more flexibility in what we do with the remaining dollars? And that, I know that's not within the purview of how we're evaluating these projects, but it is a massive missing piece of this conversation. To that point, it also, a number of questions have come up about what Visit Orlando does or doesn't do relating to these projects, or what we should expect them to do, and what projects should be applying to do outside of Visit Orlando. I would also find it really valuable to hear more from Visit Orlando. Maybe it's after we wrap up our evaluations of these projects, but we have this citizen advisory task force. I think our reactions to what Visit Orlando does should be valuable to the county commission that'll take those into their future conversations about this. And I think we have a huge absence of information about that too. And then lastly, Eric Clinton brought up these questions about jobs and how we evaluate that here. And I think that is I feel incredibly limited in the information that we have to ask questions about that, but it is, I think we should all be listening carefully because it does appear, it's important on the matrix that we'll use to evaluate these. To be excellent, it needs to be a project preferred by high-wage, high-quality job employers. And I've appreciated, we do have more tools than last time to ask some questions about that. I appreciated that the Convention Center, for example, was very specific and very disciplined in their answer to that question about how many jobs they'll create, how many permanent jobs. But many of these projects, including the Convention Center, then also, make the argument that we'll indirectly create these hundreds, thousands of hotel and other industry jobs, which is a low-wage industry, and those hotels, they're not the applicant. We can't interrogate, what those jobs are, but I think that makes it incumbent on us to be really disciplined and really specific about what we're evaluating there and not given to this, the hand-waving toward the massive volume of jobs that you can create in tourism.
Thank you. A comment by Madam Chair.
I would like for this not to count against the time left for comments, but because the subject has come up, I've had some thoughts on the first comment that Ella made and would like for you to simply think about it as we go forward. The last task force spent a great deal of time on the issue of how could we diversify the tourist development tax? How could we get extra uses out of it? Unfortunately, those who were perhaps most vocal about it did not wind up lobbying for it or going to Tallahassee. And in fact, this year, the timing of our group and some other things that are happening, like the property tax amendment, like the change in the county commission, say to me that rather than spending a lot of our time talking about how to diversify the tax, how to add another penny to the tax, how to use other things to spend the tax on, that we simply pass on, if the group is at all concerned about this issue, about how to use the TDT or whether to add to the TDT, that we simply pass on our concern to the county commission, who at that point will have a lot more information than we are going to have when we end our deliberations. So because we have some very challenging meetings ahead, I would simply suggest that we think about doing that and maybe have a very quick discussion at the end. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. Tina Damaste.
Okay, great. I'm on. I kind of want to piggyback a little bit on what Chris said. It's kind of like the understanding of what we can do and what we can use. And from Mayor Chapin, her discussion about things that we can make additional recommendations, I think like Immerse came and asked for probably more than they needed because they were trying to hit that 20 million threshold, and that they couldn't get it from ARC because it was leaning towards capital. Can we make a recommendation to say, hey, ARC, if we give you these monies, we want you to make sure that you include special events or those types of things with this funding source that we give? Is that something we can do? I don't know who answers that.
To follow up on Mayor Chapin, I think you can make any kind of recommendation you would like, and you just spent a lot of hours reviewing all these applications, and so if you would like to make that as part of your recommendation, then that's something that you can do. At the end, when we compile all of the information, as Ella talked about last time, we said, is there any other kind of recommendation that we want to make? And they started discussion, and we moved forward with a few of them. Okay. So yes.
And then my second question was, and I spoke to the chairman, vice chairman about this yesterday, that when we do get to public comment, if we don't have like a whole bunch of people, I'd rather give them a few more minutes time. I know we've dedicated a lot of time here and we've sat here, but for the folks that have sat here, if they've waited this whole time just to get 1 minute in front of us, give them 2 or 3 minutes. I'll give that time in my day, and I hope all of you will after we've been here so long. So that's just a request, and obviously our chair and chairman have the opportunity to make that decision, but I'd rather stay and hear from the people who have sat here so long. So.
We've already discussed that topic and at least given them 2 minutes today, and
Thank you.
we'll pay attention to that. Tico Perez.
I'm sorry. My fault.
It moved to me, but I'm gonna yield to Tico, but the rest of us have to get off our queue.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. Thanks. I just have 2 questions or comments, one which may be quick and one which may not be, but I only have 51 seconds, so I understand that's a problem. Question number 1 is, as we go and sit and score these things individually, will we, and it's procedural, I wasn't involved in this last time, will we have an opportunity to talk about each one of these proposals as a group as we score, or are we just going to score blindly without the benefit of each other's input? Because there's 30 of us, and a lot of people have been super courteous, not injecting questions, because there's just not a lot of question time, but I think a robust conversation would be good about each of these. So that's question 1. Okay, question 2, I want to get it, oh, I already ran out. In question 2 is, you passed out, we just received an email exchange back and forth between OCPS and the county attorney's office. I assume that goes to the question of whether or not they are eligible. Have we made a final determination on that? Are we still pending on that? I think there's some confusion. OCPS says one thing, we say another. And I think that's something we should resolve. But however we resolve it, I need to understand, for their sake, if we determine or county attorney determines that based upon where permits are requested excludes them from this process, does that also exclude them from ARC and any other path? Or can they apply to other TDT funded programs for those grants? I hate the fact that we've basically excluded them on the basis of where they submitted their permit application. So that's a little troubling to me. If I could get some more clarity on that.
So sounds like we'll put Roseanne and then Whitney on the spot here. So Roseanne, for question number 1.
Nothing gives me more pleasure than putting Roseanne on the spot.
Okay, to answer your question, so what's going to happen after the next meeting, you'll get a survey, and it will ask you questions. So you do it individually, because it's sunshine, and you're just giving your feedback. And for those of you who went through it before, we go through the ARC matrix, and it will ask that you heard Ella mention one of the questions is, how many kind of jobs, high-wage jobs does this, in your opinion, does this provide? If it's a lot of them, it's excellent. So it's kind of that kind of questionnaire. And then it has, under every question, comments, where you can make a comment like, and we ask for what we call strengths and opportunities. And we ask you to provide positive input to good input and not necessarily overly critical. And then we'll take all of that information and Dr. Beers will come in and just show you how it kind of flushed out with everybody's input. And you'll see how, based on those scores, everything like ranked. What did somebody get a 60? Did somebody get a 70? Did somebody get an 80? And then you'll get, and if you have your book in here, I wonder if it's in here. We will go through every single project, and you will see their score, and you will see all the comments made about that project.
But we won't have a conversation and give individual feedback before we score. So we can hear from
Yes,
each
after
other.
next week's meeting, you have member comment, again, where you can have all kinds of member comment before you go into your individual voting. And then once you do your individual voting, you have another opportunity to have discussion, and then you can make decisions from there. Last time, the group decided to go with projects scored over 60. And they had they had some discussion about that. This group could say, well, I want to move things around, change the ranking. That's really up to this group, how you move it on to the next phase. But you'll have an idea. What the compilation of scoring does is kind of give you an idea of where everything shakes out. And what happened last time was you saw like some groups were like scored much lower, and everybody looked at each other and said, yeah, I'm good with that. I'm kind of, and we parked them over here, and we came up with, let's send them to ARC, let's send them here, let's work with them. And then the other ones, there's room to, if you want to adjust the order. Right.
Thank you, Roseanne.
Thank you. Whitney.
Sorry for the tough one, Whitney.
No, you're fine. I'm prepared to answer this question.
I figured you were because you passed it out.
Yeah, well, I wanted to pass that out to you yesterday because I didn't want any miscommunication. People looking at me going, did you lie to us? No, I didn't, I swear. You may recall when I did my initial review and I handed out the spreadsheet to all of you that when I looked at this particular project, I had said it needs to be primarily for the promotion of tourism, right? So I looked at it the second time, I had the same reaction. Orange County Public Schools exist to build, operate, and maintain public schools. They do not exist for the promotion of tourism. Now, the issue with the permit was just sort of reinforcing for my already existing opinion, but my opinion on that has not changed. I do not believe that OCPS is primarily promoting tourism. They are running a public school, and you know, I think I had mentioned to you all as well, or maybe in my comments, that there were several media stories about this. It's been identified as I think, a special purpose public high school. The application referred to it as a public high school. So all of that just reinforced my already existing opinion, which was this is not primarily for the promotion of tourists. So my opinion has not changed on that. And it wasn't solely based on the permitting. That just sort of reinforced that opinion. I don't believe they would qualify because I don't think it meets the statutory requirement of primarily promoting tourism.
So, Whitney, I have a follow-up question to that. Let's say we've heard the Della Phillips Performing Arts component of this project. If that, just the performance space, wanted to come forward and go to ARC, would that be, to Tico's follow-up question of if they were said no here, does it preclude them from ever getting applying anyplace else? So if they regrouped, scaled back, and just brought a performance space, that was the question I was asked by them, if she's still here, in the room earlier.
I don't think that changes the analysis. I think Orange County Public Schools is not set up to promote tourism. They are set up to build educational facilities. And so, to my mind, that doesn't meet the statutory requirement of primarily promoting tourism.
Thank you. It's a really important distinction, and I think the definition of the purpose of the actual building and site is kind of the bigger issue here than how the permits were filed. Christina and Sarah, I see your mics are both on. Sarah, I think you might have turned yours on first, and then I'll come to Commissioner Moore.
That puts me in a weird spot, Eddie.
Don't worry, put it on me.
Are you sure, Commissioner Moore? Go ahead. Okay. I just wanted to be quick with my comments, but more in like a planner brain. So we're supposed to get a new schedule for the next meeting, which will include additional projects for our consideration and presentations. And then, from my understanding, we're going to go through the economic analysis in the last meeting, and then we'll go through the process of deliberating. To ensure that we have enough time to do all of that, I did want to go back to the notes, and I had a chance to review the fiscal analysis notes, and it says the projects that Winnie initially had shared might not be eligible. It says that this professor or doctor won't do an economic analysis. Has that changed? And then if it has, and he will be doing more analyses to share with us, I just want to make sure we have enough time to do all the things that we need to do to talk. I want to be very clear. I am not advocating for any more meeting time. I just want to be I want to be efficient with the time that we have.
I allocated 45 minutes for the economic analysis, and I think what he's going to have an actual presentation, so I'm hoping that gives you enough insight that it's sufficient time. And if it's not, then you could take more time. You can always go. You can always go longer than 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Commissioner Moore.
I just want to add to what Tina was talking about with maintenance, because I did notice that when I was on the board, how many times we had to come back to pay for maintenance, and I thought it was a good point. But it is in the matrix when we look at evaluation under project soundness. The long-term facility will avoid obsolescence, excellent history, and plan for care and maintenance. So I do think we have the opportunity to go back with these plans and make sure that they're not dependent on future TDT allocations for all their maintenance.
I'll count the 3 names in queue as our last 3, just to make sure we have plenty of time for public comment. Mr. Callen. Oh, I'm sorry, Vance, I believe you're up next.
Oh, thank you. I just kind of want to reiterate what Mayor Chapin said, is that we need to remember we are kind of an advisory committee, more really to recommend to the county commissioners. So that being said, there's also other things that we can advise them on or recommend to them. And to what Ms. Wood said is, I think, those are the items that we can really look at and recommend if we'd like to. And, it could be transportation, infrastructure, employee housing, whatever it is. But we can bring those things just because they're not on paper in front of us doesn't mean we can't bring them. So I would like for everybody to remember that and think about that. So thank you.
Thank you. Excellent comment. Mr. Callen.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, once we score and once we then discuss the merits of each application or no lack of merits, or I don't know if it's enough time in one day. I'm just kind of concerned about that. With the number of projects, we have 20, getting public comments. Maybe we want to hear the public comments before we begin our scoring, to hear what public comments have to say. It gets member comments before we begin our scoring. So I'm just concerned that maybe the 11th is not enough time to do this, but I'm just going to bring that suggestion to the chairs, and you all can work it out.
Thank you. Great comment. I was just told that for that last meeting, we will have public comments first. So you were already ahead of us. Chris.
All right. I guess I get to close. But I just wanted to, I was here the last time, I think 2 years ago. And it's kind of refreshing to be in this seat again 2 years later, knowing that we have unallocated, we don't know that secret amount of money to award. That means we're doing something right. That means we're increasing attendance, there's more heads in beds, and the tax is doing its job. I also want to leave with hospitality is the largest contributing ad valorem, so real estate tax. Those taxes that is being collected fund and operate the county's needs and programs. Let's not forget that. It's important because not only are we putting TDT monies, they're collecting taxes for the counties.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments. Kim, did I see your mic on with one last comment?
Yeah, and this is really easy. It's the easiest question all day. So be really brief here. We have the schedule where we keep talking about advising the county commissioners, but I see that there's a special tourist development council meeting to present findings before the county commissioners would hear from us in any way. So I just want to understand that part of the process. Are we actually presenting our findings to TDC? Okay, both? Okay. Will TDC then filter what we do in any way to the county commissioners as well, or is that just going to go straight through?
The board will get, we do a final report, the one that you have in your packet. That was a final report for this task force. So the board will get the final report from this task force. you will go before the TDC, and if they make comments, they will be added, but the board will see your final report.
Okay, so who is designated to present our findings to the Tourist Development Council on August 18th? Will that be the chairs or?
The two co-chairs.
Okay, and then can we be at that meeting
Absolutely,
also?
that's why we
Okay.
gave you the date.
Okay, great.
You
All
can
right.
be there, you're invited to attend the TDC and the BCC meeting.
Okay, I just felt like we were missing a step because we're talking about going straight to the commission, so I wasn't sure about that. Thank you.
Great question. Good clarification. I'll hand it over to my co-chair.
We're now going to hear some public comments. Because we only have 5 or 7, we're going to allocate 2 minutes instead of 1, which is still not a lot of time. But while the member of the public comes forward, I'd just like to make one comment and perhaps get some clarification from either Roseanne or Whitney. The Visitors Bureau gets how much money?
Visit Orlando gets roughly 30% of our overall TDT funding, but that is, we deduct from the contract, and that is not an easy task. We've done it several times.
Well, surely they could do it if they wanted to do it.
That is something that would need to decide they wanted to do, and Visit Orlando would need to agree to, because they are a separate entity. They are not a county entity.
But if they agreed to it, they could do it.
Sure.
Thanks. Who is first in our public comment? Natalia?
Yes, Co-Chair. So we have 4 public comments at this time. If you please come to the podium when I call your name, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and your address for the records. We're going to start with Sergio Ruiz, followed by John Beecham, Bradley Pappas, and then conclude with Harold Warder, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Natalia. Welcome. Would you please state your name and address?
Good afternoon. My name is Sergio Ruiz, and I'm an attorney with Orange County Public Schools. All right.
Proceed.
Well, first I want to thank the task force, the county staff, and county attorney's office for their consideration of the School of Arts and Entertainment at Cherokee. I also want to clarify one factual point OCPS made earlier in response to a question regarding permitting. OCPS indicated that the project would be permitted through the state. That was not quite accurate. Florida law establishes a specific process for public educational facilities under Chapter 1013. OCPS facilities comply with the Florida Building Code and the Florida Fire Prevention Code, but the school board itself is responsible for administering and enforcing those requirements within its jurisdiction. So this project is not permitted through the state, the county, or the city. More importantly, we respectfully submit that who administers the process does not determine whether this facility qualifies for TDT funding. We agree that TDT funds cannot simply be used to construct a public school. That is not the proposition that OCPS is advancing. Section 125.0104 expressly authorizes TDT funding for publicly owned and operated auditoriums. We have not identified anything in the statute saying that an auditorium ceases to qualify because it's owned by a school board, it's located on a school campus, it's used in part by students, or it's permitted through the process applicable to school district facilities. Cherokee includes a public-facing auditorium intended to support performances, festivals, competitions, screenings, exhibitions, and other programming that can attract audiences beyond the immediate school community. We recognize that OCPS still has to demonstrate that this particular facility will be sufficiently public-facing, that it can attract visitors, and that it can, that the proposed investment has meaningful relationship to tourism, and we welcome that evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. First, let me just apologize and
because it's all about the story. You know, for us Christians, it's about the baby that was born in the manger, roamed this earth, and then died on the cross and rose again. We talk about Eatonville and the other nonprofits that do not also own their land, but are participating. Congressman Lou Fry convinced Richard Nixon to sell OIAs, the McCoy Air Force Base, to Orlando for $1. And look at what it's producing now. Only Eatonville. Eatonville is American history. They say, and like it's just something significant happened there. Just like it did in Gettysburg. It's just a bunch of rolling green. Something significant happened there. In Eatonville, something significant happened there. It is the first African-American municipality in America. It is a jewel to historic, it is a jewel to Orange County, and we must not take that lightly. So I think that we have a living museum around Lake Lillard that Maitland has allowed us to build. It's the cultural heritage tourism. You heard the PEC talk about cultural heritage tourism. We doing around Lake Lily, used to be St. John's Hole. We put a living museum there, and that economic corridor is pushing through Eatonville. I have asked all the other community partners that want to build a library, build a museum, to join us and do a walk-in tour. We do a walk-in tour, but they have refused. The history doesn't matter. For them, it's just cheap land. They don't see the value of the history. As the indigenous people wanted their land back, we want our land back. But if we can't get our land back, we want to be at the table to help tell that story. The black history is almost invisible in Orange County. Paramore, 32801, invisible. 32805, invisible. Hannibal Square, 32789, invisible. Do not erase Eatonville just for cheap money.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Good afternoon. Brad Pappas, 6433 New Independence Parkway, Winter Garden. That's District 1. I spent my young adulthood working low-wage tourism jobs here in Orange County, worked my way through Valencia and UCF, and graduated with my master's in business administration in 2017. While I have a career, I also still work a hospitality job on iDrive on the weekends. So I have a good pulse on both the business community and the hospitality workers. First off, I want to make a comment regarding the franchisees of the large hotels that spoke during public comment yesterday who were lobbying for even more money to be spent on another convention center expansion. These people have gotten massively wealthy off this tax, yet every opportunity they keep coming back with their hand out for more. I work a tip job on International Drive right next to the convention center, so I would stand to directly benefit from this, I guess. And even I think that this has passed a point of diminishing returns. The reality of the situation is that while they have been getting wealthy off the taxpayer dime, many of the people that work at the hotels don't make enough money to pay their rent and own a car. Car ownership is out of reach for many hospitality workers for various reasons, the main one being the math doesn't math. I am not ideologically opposed to spending TDT money on sports venues and convention centers, but at this point the convention center has already gotten another $500-something million expansion, and every time they get an opportunity, they come back here asking for more. A baseball stadium will bring, an average MLB team brings in 2.5 million people a year, while SeaWorld, our lowest attended theme park, brings in 4.5 million. So, you know, they create way more jobs and are better for the economy. I don't see them standing here with their hand out asking for $1 billion in free land. Right, so I need to cut this short because I'm almost out of time, so 19 seconds. There are solutions to this problem, but most of our elected officials have made no effort to explore those. To their credit, some have. It's your responsibility as this task force to go to them and say, lower the TDT tax. Lower the TDT tax and create a new tax for transportation infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes?
Good afternoon, Chair Chapin, Chair Morton. Thanks for your time. Oversight Committee, thanks for all you do. Harold Border, Chief Executive Officer, Strategy and Infrastructure, Orange County Public Schools. I've had a pleasure of residing in Orange County since 1991, being a 3-time Knight, Charge On. And so thank you for everything you've done to make this the best place in the world to live. I'm proud to be your neighbor and also supporting the kids in Orange County. A couple of quick points I just wanted to share with you as you make consideration. First, I was asked the question about permitting, and I apologize for any confusion with that. We do follow our standard permitting process, which is independent. We also have to share this information with the state 5 ways annually. Our educational plant survey, our 5-year work plan, the Florida inventory of schoolhouses, our cost of final construction, and the certificate of final inspection. So we share that on all of our buildings 5 times annually. So I thought, honestly, I was answering the question, are we continuing our permitting process through the state? That was the intent. Number 2, I recently heard, still getting my mind around this, that youth sports is now grossing more dollars than the National Football League. When it comes to what we're proposing here, my third point is that we would ask you to judge us on the merit of the proposal, not the essence of what the organization does, which is educate 208,000 students to ensure they have a high-quality education so when they graduate, they can continue to drive the economic engine of Central Florida. Youth arts competitions are growing rapidly. This auditorium will help be a platform for those competitions, bringing residents here from across the state, across the country. Those competitions are key to their future enrollments, career goals, and it also aligns with high demand, high wage career opportunities and entry-level opportunities across Central Florida. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Excuse me, sir. Could we have your name and address? I may have missed that.
Yes, ma'am, Chair Chapin. Harold Border, Chief Executive Officer, Strategy and Infrastructure, Orange County Public Schools, 445 West Amelia Street, Orlando, Florida.
Thank you. All right, we're going to talk about our next meeting briefly, but I want to call on Roseanne to...
Okay, we're pulling up what we have time-wise, because you've asked a lot of questions about how much time we have everything. So this is a draft. So far, based on the presentations, we added in Town of Eatonville, and the Town of Eatonville, Ocoee, and Winter Garden. I've already communicated with them, given the all the details they need for their presentations. And then we had 30 minutes for Dr. Bluestone for the economic analysis. And so if you, Natalia, if you can go it up so they can see, raise it a little bit so they can see that as we are right, no, the other way, down, down. And just before we finalize this, I just want to make sure everybody is okay with this schedule. Do you need more time allocated? That's why we didn't print it out. We just want to make sure everybody's okay with this. I guess Rishi?
Yes, sorry, I just had one question. We've had some discussion at this point, and there's been some public comment regarding the school board issue. If I recall correctly, I guess we had decided previously to take out that consideration of that particular project. You know, this schedule does not include them presenting to us. So I guess I think tomorrow, this next meeting would be the last opportunity for them to present. So I just was throwing that out there in case we still wanted to hear a presentation from them. I don't know what the appetite of the board is. I'd be willing to listen to it.
Comments?
I think the matter that's still ambivalent for me is the sort of the dedicated operations towards a tourism-related activity there. And I'm such a huge fan of the organization and would love to see them get every dime they ever ask for. But when I read the statute, when I'm reminded of what the statute said by staff, I have a hard time getting over that definition.
Other comments about the timing? Pete?
Yeah, for the timing, Pete, that's Tina, sorry, she's pointing. Go Pete, you Pete. Okay, on the timing, I just feel like we have such an amazing, talented group of people here, and every time every person in this room speaks, I learn something. And I'm a little disappointed even when we're taking our time away because there's just so many amazing. Like, I've been like dying for Eric to speak because I know that he brings that, wealth of knowledge that I don't
So
have.
you'd like to have another day or another?
I don't know about another day, but I wish we wouldn't cut off the time when even the members of this group are speaking, because every time these people speak, I'm learning something, and it's helping me in kind of understanding how I should be grading this. And I guess because I'm a newbie, I'm like, please tell me more, tell me more. But that's just my 2 cents, and I don't think the school board, and if we're going to go back to that, I'm going to say, I don't think the school board, if the school board was doing tourism, I would be going to talk to my school board members saying, what the heck? So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I think next, Kim.
Okay, so I think I started all this at the first meeting when I made a motion to add back in some projects that we had excluded. So, Rishi, I think your sensitivity on this and empathy towards the school board being heard, I think is worth consideration. I think we've heard other proposals that may or may not meet the statute, and I think hearing one more with what we're up against is just fine with me. So if it's appropriate, I'll make a motion that we hear the Orange County School Board presentation.
One thing I do need to mention, we need to make sure that we have a quorum throughout the entire meeting. So we would have to make sure that, because it would require, this is just housekeeping, require staying an extra half hour or so, and we have to maintain our quorum in person.
Well, with that in mind, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I think, Rishi, that was a second from you. The motion is to invite OCPS to present on this matter, given all the information that we have, and then adjusting the schedule accordingly. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Please hold your hands up so we can count them. We had a hard time with this yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing you guys down there.
Why can't we hear it?
Yeah, if you won't be here, you can abstain.
No, you can't abstain.
abstain?
I'm sorry. If you're here,
have
you
to
need to
present a
vote
vote.
yes or no or declare a conflict.
You won't be able to vote when you're not here because you'll be virtual.
Okay, thank you. No? To your nose?
I'm sorry. All opposed, like sign.
3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Okay, got it. Thank you.
That seemed pretty split. Where did we land there?
I've got 17 yeses and 10 nos, but how many people do we have? Did everybody vote?
We did have a couple people slip out.
Okay. Yeah. On that note, finish the motion, then I want to make a housekeeping note.
All that to say, motion passes. So we'll approve hearing from Orange County Public Schools. I believe the sentiment of the committee is to fully understand this proposal and give them an opportunity to present before this body. We'll get back to the committee on the details of the scheduling for that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a real concern about how we're going to manage the next day's meeting. You know, each of these important presentations they're half an hour, half an hour, half an hour, half an hour. You're relying on the two of us to make that happen. And it sounds difficult to me. So I do want some assurance from all of you that if we need to run over past 3:30, 3 or 3:30, which is now the case probably, you're willing to do that. I'm getting good vibes. and I am noting every single person who nodded their head. So we will know who said yes.
Can we see how many, with a raise of hands, how many people can be here in person throughout the entire meeting on August 5th? Because that's the quorum issue.
I'm not going to listen to the school board then.
Okay. You got them all counted?
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So two quick housekeeping items. As it relates to voting, with this many people, we're having a hard time when we do the minutes figuring out who's making the motion, who's making the second. So when you do that, if you could please announce your name when you make the motion and when you make a second so that we can capture that for the minutes. And then the other issue is, again, with the raising of hands, I'm going to ask you guys to keep your hands up a little bit longer so we can track who's voting no on a lot of these things and who's voting yes, because we're having so many split votes. One other item that I wanted to mention, I believe with some of the projects that are coming through, I think a few of you might have a conflict or a potential conflict with some of the applicants. If you could let me know before the final meeting if you think you're going to have a conflict if any of these particular applicants go through, because we may need to pull them out and vote on them individually in that case so that you can abstain from that vote. But I don't want to put anybody on the spot to tell me that now. So feel free to email me or email the task force address or reach out to me otherwise and let me know so I know which ones we need to pull off. That's it. Thank you.
I just want to be mindful, I see Dr. Borders still in the room and the OCPS team without asking them to respond, but we're assuming that they're prepared to present like the other folks were prepared to present.
I would like to mention that when we sent the application out, at the top of the application, it said anybody applying for this needs to be prepared to do a 15-minute presentation on July 28th or 29th. So they have known since the day they filled out the application that they were going to have to present to this group either the 28th or the 29th. Now we've extended to the August 5th, so really I think they knew when they applied that that was the deadline.
I just wanted to call that out. I see nodding heads, so we're making that presumption that you'll be prepared to present at that day and time. Adrian Jackson. Who do I have next? I'm sorry. It's actually Pete Clark.
Okay, thank you. Whoops, wait a minute.
Adrian, if you'll turn it off for a moment and then turn it back on. Thank you so much.
Now let's try it.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Before when we voted on this past motion, we didn't have a moment for questions, did we, or comments? But my question is, maybe county staff can have a discussion with the school board, is they receive a dedicated sales tax for construction of facilities. And I'm wondering why they're not using that in lieu of TDT to construct this facility for the use of the kids in the community. So if you could ask them that, maybe get some clarification on it. I mean, we're closing schools, but they have money to build schools, so I would just like to know why they're asking for the TDT money. Thanks.
Thank you. Adrian.
So, although we voted on it, I did, just out of the conviction of my heart, want to mention that I think it's only fair that we do give them that opportunity to present to us. We've had several applicants come before us that did not quite, meet the standards of the statute. So just out of fairness, I think it's worth hearing their argument and their presentation. That's it.
Thank you, Adrian. Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're going to be here on next Tuesday, I just have a suggestion. Why not extend the meeting until 4? So that way we're not in a time crunch.
Extending till 4, all who have said you were committed to be here. One, we can't miss anybody changing plans because we're just right about quorum, just shy. So is everyone okay if we just, plan to being here through 4? Wonderful. Yes, Wednesday the 5th. Are you okay extending the meeting till 4 o'clock next Tuesday? On the 5th.
That means you
That's a
can
Wednesday.
stay till 4 o'clock. This is a quorum issue.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your commitment. I think that's the end. Yeah.
Quick question on the attendance while we're still on that. Just a quick question on the attendance while we're still on that. Oh, sorry.
Kim, please go ahead.
Can we send an alternate if we cannot, even if we appoint an alternate? We absolutely cannot.
No, you are the appointee. There are no alternates appointed for you.
Just a question. I thought I saw a few people
No,
that couldn't make it.
very creative, but no, sorry.
Well, it's practical. It's not that creative. It's just practical.
Thank you. Sarah.
Will you entertain a motion to adjourn for the Eat Day?
Yes, yes. Motion passes. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.